in motion as long as I possibly can.
Don't let pain decide what you say yes or no to. Live your best life. They'll make sure of it at QC Kinetics, starting with a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
You've climbed the career ladder, the mortgage, the kids' college, years of 401k contributions, and crossing your fingers every time the market hiccup. You did all of that, and now retirement is right there in front of you. So why does it still feel like you might fall? Because having money saved is not the same as having a plan. And a plan without a guide is just a hope dressed up in a spreadsheet. That's where the Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies comes in. A family-owned Colorado firm with one single mission: help you reach the summit and then stay there. Income, investments, taxes, healthcare, legacy, 5 peaks, but one comprehensive strategy built around you and your goals, not theirs. Their unique Summit Retirement Guide takes you from where you are today to the retirement you actually want, not just the one you can afford. Call the Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies today. Tell them Michael Brown sent you. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211 or online at rpcenter.com. You've earned the view. Don't retire without a guide.
Warm and breezy for your Thursday, which is going to lead to high fire danger throughout the Front Range. We're going to be right on 76 today with gusty winds through the afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk Podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. This is 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station, an iHeartRadio station. Guaranteed human.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Pakistan's army chief has met with Iran's parliament speaker, part of international efforts to press for an extension of the ceasefire that has paused almost 7 weeks of war. More than 10,000 U.S. troops are helping enforce the blockade on all Iranian ports. So far, ships have not been boarded, but they are being turned around in the Strait of Hormuz. As for the possibility of talks between the U.S. and Iran versus strikes, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying from the Pentagon,
"We'd prefer to do it the nice way, through a deal led by our great vice president and negotiating team, or we can do it the hard way."
In Cameroon, as part of his African trip, Pope Leo today blasted a handful of tyrants, he said, who are ravaging Earth with war and exploitation as he continues spreading his message of peace. Police say the former Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Justin Fairfax, shot and killed his wife, then took his own life overnight. Both their teenage children were at home at the time. This is ABC News. A Hollywood star who died last year is back on the big screen after his family gave permission to filmmakers to use artificial intelligence to finish a movie he had been starring in. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay.
A year after his death, Val Kilmer is returning to the silver screen.
Don't fear the dead, and don't fear me.
The first trailer for the film, As Deep as the Grave, features what appears to be the former Batman star. Kilmer was cast in the movie while he was alive, but got too sick to shoot his parts. Now, using artificial intelligence, the filmmakers have included versions of Kilmer at various ages. Kilmer's daughter tells Variety her father always looked at emerging technologies with optimism as a tool to expand the possibilities of storytelling.
You've probably seen Punch, the Japanese monkey who carries around a stuffed orangutan after his mother rejected him. Mexico wants you to know they've got a monkey in the Guadalajara Zoo named Yuji, 6 weeks old, rejected by his mom. He chooses to cling to a stuffed dog. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Get ready for a big change.
We will see some of that white stuff that we haven't seen in quite some time here.
National Weather Service meteorologist Dave Bargenbrook says it moves in just after midnight and continues throughout the day tomorrow.
The snow is going to be mostly on the light side. Anywhere along the I-25 corridor, we'll be seeing between a trace and maybe up to 2 inches of snow. A little bit more than that on the Palmer Divide, maybe 2, 3, 4 inches of snow.
The high country could see up to 6 inches of heavy wet snow that promises to stick to the roads and make mountain travel tough. Colorado Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen has joined several of her colleagues in a push for articles of impeachment against Pete Hegseth. The group says this is for Hegseth's role in launching President Trump's unauthorized war in Iran. The articles allege Hegseth authorized the strikes without congressional approval, gross negligence of classified information, and obstruction of oversight. That's the latest. I'm Brenda Stewart.
Now, Impact Traffic.
I-70 is back open after one round of rock scaling. Still a little slow coming down Floyd Hill. US 6 west of Golden up near Tunnel 1. We've got delays. Ongoing construction there. Freeway volume fairly light. There is some slowing south I-25 coming into downtown through Spear 270. Maybe a little bit of traffic to contend with also out of Commerce City, as well as the drive coming up out of the Tech Center from Orchard and 225 in from Parker. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
This is Dan Kaplis. If you want your case to be taken seriously, choose a law firm that's taken seriously. Dan Kaplis Law has record-setting verdicts and extraordinary out-of-court settlements, including a record $205 million wrongful death verdict and the largest truck crash verdict in Colorado history. We accept righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. If you want your case to be taken seriously, hit dankaplislaw.com. That's Dan, C-A-P-L-I-S law.com.
I didn't switch to Pure Talk just because I wanted to save 50% off the same 5G service I'd been paying twice as much for. I switched because I like the idea of being in business with a wireless company that supports our veterans in a meaningful way. Pure Talk also creates American jobs every day by keeping their entire operation in this country. I appreciate that. If you feel the same, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
EuroPlumbingColorado.com has the lowest prices guaranteed.
Have you heard the news? Swalwell resigns.
Frankly, I'm glad.
That's Elizabeth Warren.
There's no fighting.
Iran.
We have a blockade.
That AI post of Trump.
It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
Attention, please. Denver's talk station has Colorado's best news talk host, Ryan Schuling, awarded Best News Talk Host by the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Favorite show that we listen to.
Mornings, 6 to 10 on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Max, did you hear me?
No, you muted.
Okay. I texted him a number. The guy said he'll come on the air.
Super sweet.
Running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino, and you just never know what you're going to hear on this show, ever. You know, I invented this show 50 years ago, and 45 years in Denver. And really, it's the show about everyday life. You know, yeah, we might throw in the economy, personal finance, politics, but only as it relates to our pocketbook. I really, honest to God, I'm not trying to change your mind on any issues at all. Now, I give my impression here and there, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm not asking you to agree with me. Sometimes I think I might be off base on issues. I believe overall in live and let live, right? And just don't affect my pocketbook if it's not fair. That's all I want. I just want fairness. I think everyone does. It's just, what is our opinion of fairness? What is it? Now, as I said before, this country has gotten along
with politics of envy recently. I would say over the last really 20 years. You know, we used to disagree and we disagreed, so-and-so, he lives down the street in that big house and what does he know about the working man, but it was more of a friendly kind of, we disagree on this or we disagree on that. My God, have you noticed though, seriously, and I won't belabor this, but have you noticed like you can't just disagree anymore? It's almost like you're pegged as hateful or some ultra liberal person who takes transfusions from infant baby blood. I mean, from one end to the other, one side accuses the other of ridiculous things. And I often wonder, my listeners right now, you might be listening to a podcast. A lot of you do. A lot of you are listening live. Some of you, my morons, are on YouTube. I wonder if we took 1,000 of you and we did one room, big room, how much would we really disagree on stuff? I mean, really, we just talked about it, It's something I often think about. Anyway, what's on your mind? Give us a call. I have a guest today, and I'll get to him in a minute here. Nick Gravina from Gravina's Window Siding and Doors. Gravina's is a great company. They've been on my list more than 25 years. But I want to talk to Jason right now. And Jason, I welcome you to the show. What's on your mind today?
I was just wondering, I bought a house in 2018, and then 2 years later, my dad bought my house for me and my wife.
Now, why did he bought the house from you?
Kind of. I'm still on the deed. My wife's still on the deed. He's on the deed now.
Okay. Why did he get on the... I just want to dissect this, Jason, because I know you texted me. Yeah. How did he get on the deed? Did he give you some cash?
No, he bought it from me. I bought it, and then he paid it off, basically.
Okay. And how much was that?
Approximately $270,000.
And when he paid it off, was it in the same year you bought it?
No.
When did he pay it off?
No. I think it was 2020.
Okay.
And we bought it it was 2021, somewhere around there.
All right, so hold on. That doesn't matter, to the exact date, but I wanted to ask you, how much, so he paid off like $200,000 or something?
Yeah, we bought it for $289, and then when he went to go buy it, sorry, I'm setting my shirt. When he went to go buy it, he paid the rest off what we owed.
Okay,
so that's all.
Why did he pay it? And I'm sorry if these are very elementary questions, but I need to know, why did he pay it off?
For early inheritance, kind of, sort of. Gave me an early retirement or inheritance to.
So he said, Jason, I want you to take this money and I'm going to pay off your home. But you said something else. It wasn't just an inheritance because he bought the house. So that's the part I don't understand. Why did he get on the deed if he was giving you this money? What was the plan there?
The plan was because he sold some property in Denver, and he didn't want to pay. He doesn't want to pay what is that when you make money off property?
Capital gains tax.
Yeah, he didn't want to pay. So he had to invest his money so he wouldn't have to pay capital gains, and that's all great and everything. And my question is, if I want to sell it, I think I have to give him back the $270 that he paid.
It depends. That's why I need a whole bunch. Real quick, when he paid off the house for you, let's just call it $200,000. Did you guys do a buy-sell contract?
I don't know. I had to go to a lawyer here in Montana to make it finalized.
And
to write up paperwork.
I get it. paperwork did you write up? Was it a loan or was it a gift? What was this $200,000 that he paid? Was it? It's either a purchase, a gift, or a loan. Which one was it?
I'm pretty sure a purchase.
Okay, so basically, he bought your house. Now, whether or not, by the way, he did this properly, I don't even want to get into that, Jason. I don't know what property he sold and what he thought he was getting away with. But normally, if you sell a property, you can't just buy another property and defer the gain. It's got to be done in a 1031 exchange. But I'm not going to get into that right now. I'm just going to get into your part.
Well,
go ahead. What were you
he
saying?
did do 1031. He did do a 1031 exchange, I think.
And so
I'm pretty sure he did.
He traded out of one property into your property.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So in essence, he owns your house. I don't know why you and your wife are still on the deed. That part I don't understand. If he did a 1031 from one property to another, he should own that property 100%. I got another quick question for you. What kind of property did he trade out of? What kind of property did he sell back in 2021 when he did this with you?
It was I think it was like an acre of property in Denver.
Was it vacant land? Was it vacant land, or was there a house on it?
No, there's two houses on it, and then Lakewood tore them down and made a park.
Okay,
it was off like Harlan, 16th and Harlan, I think.
So he took that money and invested it in your house. Let's leave it at that. So your question is this: if you want to sell the house, do you have to pay him off? First and foremost, it's not your house. If what you're saying is true, it's his house, and he's got to sell it, and then he gets all the money. I mean, so in other words, if it went up in value, he gets all of that money. If it went down in value, he lost that money, unless you had a separate partnership agreement. Did you and your dad have any kind of an agreement on this house?
Yeah, the agreement was when he passes away, then I own it fully.
Okay. All right. So, but for now, if he's alive,
and the other,
go ahead.
And the other agreement is, I pay him rent.
Yeah, sure.
And that's fine. He did me a favor. I mean, right. I love it. I don't have to use mortgage.
Out of curiosity, what did you do with the money? Or was there no money? Was it just paying it off?
Yeah, there was no money. He just paid it off.
Okay. So right now, this is pretty clean, Jason. Your dad's your landlord, and the only and basically, if you want to sell it, you got to give him the proceeds. Is there a loan on the house, or does your dad own it lock, stock, and barrel?
I'm not really. I'm pretty sure he owns it.
Okay. So, is he expecting anything when you sell this house?
No.
Does he?
I don't think so.
Does he think you? Here's what I'm asking: if you sell this house, he's got to go to closing. Is he expecting to get a check at closing, or is he just going to let you have the money? Do you know?
I don't know, because he's in a nursing home now because he got a stroke and had. So my sister, I have a POA. I have like 5 brothers and sisters, and he did this for all my brothers and sisters. He paid their mortgage off and stuff like that, and they all pay him rent because I guess he wasn't making any money with the money he had in the bank.
So he said to his kids, "Hey, listen, I'm going to do you all a favor. I'm going to pay off your homes. Yep. You pay me rent. Therefore, you benefit and I benefit. I get it. Now you're wondering what happens when I sell it. Well, really, Jason, if what you're telling me is as it went down, then basically your sister represents him at closing as the power of attorney. She signs the paperwork and he gets the money. It's that easy."
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
When you said, do you have to pay off you don't have to pay off your dad because your dad already got the house. He bought the house from you. Unless you have a side agreement, your dad owns the house. That's it. Okay, I hope that satisfies you. If you need to contact a real estate attorney and ask more, I'm sure he'll know. I don't know where the house is located, but he knows real estate law. He could probably give you a reference. It's O'Brien Legal Services. He's a real estate attorney. Make sure he gets that number off the air. O'Brien, he does everything real estate. OLSlaw.com. That stands for O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com. We have more coming right up.
That was good.
Thank
you. You still got it.
Dialed in at Triple J Armory in Littleton. Right now, it's spring prep season.
Home is probably under dock.
And deals on 9mm to keep you sharp every time you hit the lane. Got a tax refund? Don't waste it. Upgrade your setup with premium firearms, optics, and suppressors, and we'll hook you up with bonus gift cards. And coming up soon, Bring a Buddy Week. Free guest passes and BOGO lanes, because the range is always better with a friend. Triple J Armory in Littleton. Get in, gear up, and hit the range today.
Hey, if you want a beautiful walk-in shower under 10 grand, you can get one at discountbath.com. That's all in $9,888 for a beautiful walk-in shower with no maintenance. Now, let's say you want to do a complete bathroom remodel. Discount Bath guarantees the best values and prices for the same stuff. So put them to the test. You got the best price right now for bathrooms. Discountbath.com. 720-979-2322. That's 720-979-2322. Discountbath.com. Whether you're doing a rental, a dream house, or you want to just do a fix and flip, whatever it is, discountbath.com. Let's say you're a landlord and you want a solar system on your rental. Why would you want that? Because Alliance Roof and Solar does commercial systems. And if you're a landlord, you can get the system paid for by the government. And not only that, but you can also make money selling electricity to your tenants and saving them money at the same time. But this is really important. All of these benefits have to be started before July 7th. So please, you got to get to them and sign a contract in order to be in on these government benefits. So give them a call at 303-704-2449, 303-704-2449. And the website is slightly different than their name. The website is redrocksrs.com.
Thank you. About 3.5 if you want to.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, is this Sandra?
Oh.
Hi, this is
Sandra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next door.
That sounds like a great dating app. What is that?
Next door, you know what that is.
I do.
Of course. I've never heard someone answer the phone with "Good morning." That was pleasant.
Oh, that's nice. Well, Tom will beat it out of her. Sandra's having a great day. Here's Tom. I say that to all the guests I put on with Ryan. Oh, Senator, thank you so much for your time today. Hope things are going well. Oh, yeah, they're great. Well, I'm about to change that. I'm going to put you on hold and have you talk to Ryan.
That's funny.
We had Scott Bottoms on back-to-back days. And I said to him the second day, Scott, what did you do wrong that you have to talk to Ryan again?
What about Victor Marks? Has he been on?
In December.
Only once. Huh?
Try Try to remember that one time in December when Victor came in with 11 people.
Well, he was in studio?
Yeah, he came in with his wife, who you could play beer pong off of that face. I mean,
oh my God,
I don't mind people getting worked on, but damn, girl. And then
I thought she was pretty. I thought.
Well, yeah, Tom, look at you. But yeah, 11 other. Well, you have higher standards.
Okay,
than
wait. I
do.
don't see what Shannon's talk. Oh, is it the forehead?
Yeah, okay. I've told you before that for me, 3 threes is a 9. That's a good weekend for me. I'm good. I like them kind of desperate. But yeah, 11 people in here.
Wow.
With Victor.
And then
but it's got to be kind of fun. I mean, part of the allure of being powerful is getting to act crazy as a bedbug.
Does he travel with an entourage?
Yep. I've always wanted to be able to say, a member of my staff will get back to you. But it'd just be, my member will get back to you. What? All right. Here comes you and what's her name?
They'll fit. Blindster.com.
I'm Tom Martino. By the way, Nick Gravina's with us. We'll be getting to Nick. If you texted me, please listen for the answer. There's no way to tell you exactly when we will talk, but we will talk, I promise. Sandra right now has an issue with a furnace. And, I actually turned on heat a wee bit this morning. Sandra, what's happening? What's going on?
Hi.
Hey.
Well, I had my furnace inspected yesterday. It's only 9 years old, and I'm the only owner of it. And the technician found that the heat exchanger is cracked.
I'll bet you that's a lie. I'm just going to tell you right now, unless it's Fix It, or it's Plumbline, or it's Renew Home Innovations, or someone we know, a 9-year-old furnace, the chances of that being cracked are next to nothing. But I guess I should have heard the rest of the story. Go ahead, Sandra.
Well, there's not much more, except, of course, he's shut off the gas. And
that's to pressure you. That's why he shut off the gas. Now, listen,
yes,
I want you. This is a great experiment. I want you to call all of my companies. Will do free second opinions. So let's pick one, like Fix It 24/7, and pick and just tell them that you want to know the condition of your furnace. In fact, why did you call to begin with? Let's start there, Sandra. Why did you call to begin with?
Well, I had joined their home care club.
What's the name of the company?
And they do. Oh boy, I don't want to say anything bad about them because
I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying I doubt you need a. Who is it?
Okay, it's Mighty Heating and Plumbing.
Mighty, okay.
And I get free services, and I have my furnace inspected every year.
Sure.
And so they came out yesterday to inspect that and the AC, and this is what he found. And one of the red flags was that it was working in the morning. And when he came up from the basement, right at first, he said, "Did you know your furnace is non-operable? It's cycling off and on, and it's not." It's just turning on and then turning right back off. It's not working.
Well, that's not what happens with a cracked heat exchanger.
Well, then he charged me to fix it, although they ended up to fix that problem. Then they ended up waiving that because he took it all apart and said the heat exchanger is broken or cracked. And he supposedly was going to send me a report and pictures, but I haven't received them yet.
Okay, how much did he say?
I'm doing my
How much did he want you to spend to replace that furnace?
$12,000.
How much? 12,000? Okay. Now, by the way, I know that sounds shocking, but it really isn't. I mean, you could get some for a few bucks more, a few bucks less, depending on what system you get. But Sandra, what is the brand that you have right now? What is the brand furnace? Do you know?
It's an Amana, and I can't tell you the model. I'm not down there, right? It's in the basement, and I'm not down there.
Here's the thing. Sandra, how do you know it's 9 years old? Did you have it installed?
No, but my house is 9 years old, and I'm the original owner.
Ah, okay. And okay, I want to do an experiment right now. I want you to get this checked as soon as possible and report back to us. And you know, I will give you the number. No, this is a lot of money. And I want you to call and see if you truly need a new system. Now, you can call, it's your choice. You can call Plumbline Services. You can call Fix It 24/7. Why don't you call one of those, because they do free second opinions? Do you want for Fix It 24/7? And you can tell them that Martino told me to call for a free second opinion. It's 7.
I should say I'm in Windsor.
Okay, let's see. I think they both go up there, but we can make for sure. Hold on. Hey, here's what I want you to do, Axe. I'm going to get you off your axe. I want you to get her number. Then I want you to call each one of these and just find out if they go up to Windsor. I believe they do. Okay, but just find out. And then what we'll do is we'll get her a free diagnostic. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, in my gut, I am feeling like you do not have a cracked heat exchanger. I don't see how any heat exchanger can be cracked in 9 years. I just don't see it. Did they do any kind of an exhaust gas test at your vents or at your registers?
I don't know. They went around and counted the registers, but I don't know that he was doing any kind of a test.
Okay.
He was here for a long time. He did a lot of work.
But he said he wouldn't turn it on because it was dangerous, right?
Right. He said it's blowing out carbon. And that was the other thing, too. He came upstairs and said, you know, it's not working, but it's been blowing out carbon monoxide. You probably have carbon monoxide in your blood.
Yeah, this sounds like a scare
tactics.
Yeah. All right, Sandra. Okay, Axe, put her on hold. Let's get this done. Let's get this woman helped. I am so happy you called me. In fact, I ask people, call before the damage. Call before. Even if it turns out that the pitch you're getting is open and honest, hey, you can rest assured we'll tell you that. And who knows? Maybe you do need a furnace. I doubt it. And I'm dying to find out. This is Sandra, and she's in Windsor, Colorado. And we're going to send one of our trusted people there to figure this out. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Speaking of trusted people, RenewHomeInnovations.com will do the guaranteed, by the way, guaranteed lowest price for your furnace or AC replacement. 303-904-2000.
Thank you. Hey, real quick, we weren't too clear on what you wanted us to do with her. Did you want us to give her Plumbline or what?
I want you to give her both Plumbline and Fix It, but then I wanted to know if he could put a quick call in and ask them if they go to Windsor. Tell them it's the Martino show, and before she called, because if it turns out they don't, then we'll try to find someone else.
You got it. Yeah, we'll check with Plumbline and Fix It if they go to Windsor, and if they do,
give her
we'll
the
have
number.
her wait until we get that info. She'll be good. She's good.
Get her number. We'll call her back.
Out of the Glendale.
You got it. We'll take care of her. Thank you, brother.
Into downtown Sluggish through Spear.
Sorry, Axe and I were both like, what the hell did Tom want? We were listening to every word we...
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Vestera Turnkey. I want you to mark your calendars for May 2nd. We're going to have a seminar, and it's called an NDR seminar. That's where we ask you to just sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's all. Why? Because Barry will give away all of his secrets, the proprietary research, the markets, and everything that makes Vestera successful. What he does really, in a nutshell, is he holds your hand through the entire ownership and rental program to make profit on the other end in probably 2 to 3 years. 303-888-3788. But better yet, go to this website and sign up. I'll be there May 2nd. That's a Saturday morning at 10. MyBiggestReturn.com.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah, totally.
I'll take him right away.
Did you want to come on
Yeah,
the show
we're on
and talk about that with Tom or no?
Yeah, don't
We're
say
giving
or
him your-
no. Don't say or no. Say, well, thank you
Yeah.
for coming on the air with Tom. Don't say or no.
I mean, I think it'd be great for the radio to come on real quick. It'll only just be for a minute.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's just a minute.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
But not the or no. Just, Shannon, learn them, Shannon, learn them.
Yeah.
Learn them, as they say.
We'll explain to do it the way that Eric Swalwell did with women. Don't give them an option.
The presumptive
Never give them an
close.
option. Yep.
The presumptive close.
Yep. You're gonna love it. Not you might love it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
What does a carbon monoxide alarm sound like?
It's a loud.
First
Get out the
but
house!
first-
Don't wake up! Get out the house! Wouldn't that be good if they did that?
This guy
I'll start
sounds like
recording
a
one.
scare tactic. You got carbon monoxide in your blood.
Well, do you have the bends?
I think they have testers that they can put up next to it to like.
Yeah.
So if you're not showing that.
And they can even be manipulated a little bit on how you set them. How is my fantastic morons?
You're typing it?
How
do you be?
Deputy Chopper is on.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
Don't say, do you want to? Use
Hit
the
me.
presumptive close.
What do you got?
I give them a bit.
Yeah.
So, I'll talk to anything you want.
All right, did you just have a comment you wanted to make?
Good call. Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about here off the air. Yep. It's BS.
Awesome, perfect. What was that first name again? What was the first name again? I'm sorry. Brian.
Hmm.
Thank you. So just we're on a break, but when you come back, we'll try and take your call. So just hang on tight, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right. Hmm. Oh man.
What's that? Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, can I? I can just pass that on. Do you want me to? You got it, brother. You bet. Oh man. Well, I really appreciate the info. We used to have Ken Moon did a he did a Fix-It show here, and he was a inspector all around the state. I don't think he ever taught, but
myway.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. Waterpros.net, the absolute best water systems at the lowest prices. I'm so excited about this new system he has for around $2,000, fully installed at the kitchen sink. It's a reverse osmosis machine that's constant flow. Constant flow. No tanks and nothing like that. It works on electrical impulses. You got to get, it's the best water anywhere at the lowest price anywhere. Plumbing firms are charging thousands for this. Truly, waterpros.net. And when I say the best at the lowest price, I want you people to challenge me and our sponsors. We love it. 303-904. Oh, no, excuse me. No. Waterpros.net is 303-862-5554. So let me go quickly now to Welby, who has a comment on the furnace, and then we'll go to Brian, and then we got John with the RV park. Go ahead, Welby. What's happening? Welby.
Love you, brother.
Hey, man. What's going on?
Nothing, man. I'm just giving you a quick buzz to say that I'm here to help. I got a small company here in Greeley, and I can get to Windsor to help that lady out. Frustrating to hear about a 9-year-old crack heat exchanger.
You know what? Maybe we'll use you if hey, Axe, let's hook Welby up over there. And he called in to volunteer. And Welby, what's the name of your company?
Yeah, it's De Leon Heating and Air. I run a small one-man show here out of Greeley. Okay. The website is DeLeonHVAC.com. It's like Ponce de Leon, DELEON.
De Leon.
And I'm here to help.
Okay. DELEON. De Leon. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you listening. So, Axe, give him that address or give him her phone number. Brian's got a comment on that furnace. Go ahead, Brian. What's on your mind?
Yeah, hey, Tom. I'm also in the trade. Good on Welby for offering his services. That's cool. I used to be an Amana dealer. She needs to check with the original installer. If that got registered, there's a high likelihood that is under warranty. Amana offers a lifetime warranty on heat exchangers.
Oh, well, thank you very much, man. Hey, I want to ask you something. What's the likelihood of a heat exchanger being cracked at 9 years?
Pretty low. The cracked heat exchanger is the worst and most overused selling technique in the trade.
Well, Brian, thank you for calling, man. I appreciate it. We need a bunch of you good guys out there fighting the good fight. What's the name of your company, Brian?
We're located out of southern Colorado. We serve Colorado Springs and Pueblo primarily. We're called Mountain Peak Air. Also, there's two primary ways we use to diagnose a heat exchanger. Either a visual, like you can actually see the crack because you tore into the ductwork and you can see it. That's tried and true, sure as shooting. The other way is to use a combustion analyzer and look for changes in oxygen content and presence of carbon monoxide.
Yeah. Well, Brian, thank you very much.
Without that, they're lying.
Okay, bro. Thank you very much. I love the participation from our great businesses. You see, we're pro-business. Hey, John, let's talk about this RV park. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I live in an RV park. I am not comfortable saying what town.
Okay,
or
that's
the name
okay.
Of the park.
That's okay.
I've been here 7.5 years. I have a car, an SUV that is non-op right now. And I'm not going to go into it. And the registration's expired, and that goes back to COVID. My wife and I have been really kind of struggling to even get caught up since COVID. We've had health issues, a lot of things.
Sure.
And And this park, I've seen them throw people out for stupid reasons where people just were like, you know what, I'm just not even going to fight it, okay? And they're saying that we aren't in compliance with the city. Well, I know the compliance officer in the city who says I can't come on private property and enforce anything. And I've been given an ultimatum till Sunday to get that car taken care of, registered and everything, or they're going to kick us out of the park.
Yeah.
And I did a little research with AI last night, and I think there are some codes here in Colorado where they have to give you like 90 days to, it's mobile home something, and that they're overstepping their boundaries. And well, obviously I'm beside myself right now, and I just wanted to double check with you.
Well, hold on now, John. They're not evicting you. They just want you to get rid of that car. Is that right?
And if I don't, by Sunday, they will evict me.
Okay. What I would do, and again, I'm just giving you the path of least resistance. I'm not telling you they're right. I'm not telling you they're wrong. But what I would do is get rid of it just because I want to stop this eviction nonsense. Then I would attack it after that and see if they had a right to do that.
That's already my plan.
Okay. And
I've already got that taken care of.
Now, when they quoted you regulations or something, they have park rules, and if they have park rules, they're allowed to enforce them. Is there anything in your park ownership records or membership? Do you own there or do you rent the lot?
Rent the lot. I own my RV.
Okay. Now, is there anything that you could see that talks about abandoned or vehicles? Unregistered vehicles. Most of them have some kind of a clause that says you can't have an unregistered vehicle.
Well, for one, they never gave me a copy of the contract, so I don't even have it. And two, I read it pretty thoroughly, and I don't recall there was anything about that.
Okay. Now, can you get a copy of it?
I suppose I can.
You need to. John, we need to know if you're on solid footing. I'm just going to say from my experience, I'm almost going to bet my butt that they have some kind of clause in there about vehicles. Almost every one of them has it, even the boilerplate off the internet. And you've been there 7.5 years. Do you think that all of a sudden they're picking on you, or what do you think is really going on? I kind of hear something in your voice. What do you hear? What do you think is going on?
Yeah, all of a sudden they're picking on us because I've seen them do it to other people.
But why?
Because, just because the lady that runs it enjoys doing it.
Well, she's a bitch is what you're saying, but I don't understand this. Is it like, is she new, or has she been there a while?
No.
She's been here
a while.
But why all of a sudden is she picking on people?
Not all of a sudden. She's been doing it.
Oh.
Okay. Now, she's been doing it for a long time, and I've seen her do it to a lot of people.
Do you want us to call? Do you want us to call and find out what's up? I mean, they may have a right to do it, but we can ask her. And I will tell you this. Normally when we call, if people are doing things out of school, they know they've been caught. But that's the best we can do. Or you get a copy of it.
I'll tell you what, Tom. This is what I'm going to do.
Okay. All right.
One, I'm going to get a copy of it.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Two, I am going to get the car out of here.
Okay.
And then
good plan.
Comply with what they're asking right now.
Okay.
And I will follow up with you if anything else. Now, the one question that I had is I was looking up Colorado statutes. I don't have them in front of me right now.
Yeah.
But that they do have to give you time and things. And evidently, from what I was looking up last night, using AI that I have some type of residency here after being here for so long. And,
Right.
and
They
those are
had
questions
that. Okay. What that's trying to tell you, AI, and they get it wrong sometimes because you have to. Did you make it clear you were in an RV or a trailer park? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There are when it said residency, what that means is once you establish a long-term residency, and I believe it's not that long of a term, it's not years, but it's something like months. Once you, by law, I'm not going to try to quote it right now, but once you establish a residency, they have to go by certain guidelines. However, John, those guidelines are usually for evicting people or for enforcing. It's not for enforcing the law on abandoned vehicles. There might be, but I don't know of any laws that address notice requirements for abandoned vehicles. Now, if they turn it into an eviction, then they would have a certain number of parameters they have to meet. And that's what I think the AI was trying to tell you. But I don't want it to go that far. What you really need to do is get rid of the vehicle and then figure out if you're on solid ground or not. But I'm going to tell you from our past experience, most of these parks have a right to tell you or ask you to get rid of abandoned vehicles, and they don't have to give you a lot of leeway. I'm just telling you from most of the cases we've handled. We have more coming right up.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, it looks like rock scaling round 2 has started up again at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels there at the bottom of Floyd Hill. Starting to see those backups forming right now. US 6 tied up west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. Accidents working on Colorado at I-70. There are delays there through the interchange. One at Colorado and Cherry Creek Drive south also out of the Glendale area. And I-25 southbound coming into downtown sluggish through Spear. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Hey, how do you do better than this? You have clients that offer the guaranteed lowest price. Yeah, like Euro Plumbing, Colorado.com. Euro Plumbing says if it's plumbing, you won't get a better price. Water heaters starting at $14.99, but they'll match whatever you were quoted. Tankless specialists, they do repiping with PEX. The Lifetime Plumbing, they do garbage disposal, sump pumps. Just think plumbing, think Euro Plumbing, Colorado.com. 720-500-3000.
Thank you. Well, and I don't mean to correct you while you're going, just that, those points are kind of big sometimes, like if you call, fix it. Hey, do you guys service this area? We had somebody with a complaint about us,
Yeah, no,
So
no.
You
My
got it right
verbiage
away.
wasn't the best there, but...
Somebody killed an old lady and put her in a furnace in Windsor. Do you guys service that area? What?
Okay. Yeah.
Damn. That's aggressive.
Did I need to do anything with John? Or did
Nope.
you?
Nope. He said he was going to do something and then he'd call back.
Okay.
He's trying to fix his own deal.
Hi, Sandra. This is Adam again. I called our companies to see if they could come out, and I did get an answer from Fixit24. They said they do service Windsor, and then we also had a caller call in and throw his name into the ring if you also wanted to try that too. So I have two different companies for you. All right, so the first one is going to be the Fix It 24/7 number. It's going to be 720-526-3939. And then the next guy, sorry? Yeah, his name is Welby, W-E-L-B-Y, and then that number is 970-3445.
He's an independent guy that just called in.
Excellent. We'll still let him go up in that area. What the hell? What kind of lunatic would call us up and cheat people?
I want to get all up in her furnace, Tom. What's her address?
Hey, I wonder if Chick-fil-A can get 3 days in a row wrong. Never mind.
It's not them, and usually on the third day they rise up.
Come out and give you a better quote and
What?
see if that's actually like if your furnace actually needs a full replacement. And then once
Let's get here, baby. Nick Gravina.
Oh, is he there?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to him. I'm gonna be all
Oh,
up
I didn't
and
mean
down
to
his
imply
shit.
that you weren't getting to him. I'm just
I'm
saying.
gonna get to him.
Uh-huh.
Gravina.
Nick, why don't you start showing up at noon? Get it out of your system, Tom. I'll be there at noon.
Yeah. Shut
We'll
up.
call it for it. Well, it gives him a day off. It's not having to bust his ass wedging in a frame somewhere.
Hey.
What? It's not easy.
I want to go to Jose.
I hung one window in my life, and he's hung a million.
Jose.
Dare I say Nick's windows are well hung.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam.
Sometimes double hung. There's websites for that. Now I can't hear Nick. I can't hear you, Nick, because Tom is... Yep.
Window guy?
What? Window guy. Dr. Double Hung.
Yeah.
Are you sure that wasn't just Doc's profile on Tinder?
On Grindr?
Oh, my God. No, Hey, I will give him this. He's more familiar with innies than he is outies.
Heart Radio app today.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Okay, Jose, what's going on with you, Jose? How can we help you? We're working on that Colorado thing, that HVAC, and we're going to report back to you as soon as we can, everyone listening on that, to see if she has a cracked heat exchanger. And if not, we're going to come down on that company like a ton of bricks. Okay, Jose, what's going on?
Okay, hi, Tom.
Hi.
Yeah, I wanted to get your opinion on something. I ran into this problem with a pet salon.
Yeah, what's the problem?
My wife made an appointment for her dog, and we had to cancel. We canceled 5 days before the actual appointment, and the lady there said that they charged us a $40 deposit. And she said it was non-refundable.
That's stupid. You know what? I know companies. Well, I know a lot of companies are doing this, but it's so dumb because you have lost a customer for life when you do that.
Yes, and not only that, it's like I went to talk to the lady, and she told my wife it was non-refundable, which is fine. I understand about that. Like if you have last-minute cancellations within 24 hours, they have to cover themselves. But I gave them 5 days notice.
I know.
And she told me that. Yeah, she told me that that's their policy.
So
and,
it was a $20 cancellation fee?
No, it was a $40 deposit.
Wait a minute. You had to pay $40 for a no-show?
Yes.
Wow.
Now, here's the kicker, though. She said if I had been a client of hers already, not a new client, that would not apply. That rule only applies to new clients.
That's too bad. Well, I think...
see, that's what I didn't understand.
Well, actually, Jose, she has a right. You know, I mean, she has a right to make her rules any way she wants, but what a stupid rule. Because if anything, you would charge regular customers because they know the ropes. I don't know. I don't like it, Jose, but let me ask you, wouldn't she let you apply maybe the $40 to a future visit or not?
She would have. Unfortunately, we had to give the dog up for adoption because my wife.
But wait a minute, Jose, because this is important. Yeah. This is important. I wanna be fair. The groomer did say she would apply that to a future visit.
She didn't say future visit. She said it would have been applied to that visit.
No, what I mean is...
We didn't talk about future visits.
What do you mean applied to that visit?
We don't have a future visit.
You canceled that visit. So what I mean is this.
I did.
I understand. So did the groomer say there's a $40 cancellation fee and we will apply it to your next visit?
She did not say that, no.
So she did not offer a credit?
No, nothing.
I want someone to call her and find out. You said yes and then you said no. So I want to find out the real story on that and ask. I'm Tom Martino. Really, call him, Axe. See if she applied that, if they could have had a credit.
Thank you.
All right, all mics are on. We're streaming, wide shot. Everyone can talk, including you. I'm just kidding. There's no one over.
Wow.
I'm talking to no one. I'm gonna hit it hard here now. I got too many texts. I gotta do it. What's an IGU?
AFU2.
What's an IGU?
Insulated glass unit.
Okay, got it. My son is selling too much shit and buying. I'm gonna piss him off. He pisses me off, my son. He spends money like water. Gosh dang it.
Yeah, okay.
It's kids for you.
Sorry if I'm repeating.
How old's your kids?
My daughter's 13. My son will be 11 in about. What's today? The 17th. In about 12 days.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got you now. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I understand now. Okay, Jose, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put you on a hold and see what I can get out of her, okay? Thank you so much.
After 3 days of emotional testimony, a judge ruling against Camp Mystic in Central Texas, where 27
Hey, Shannon, I'm going to give you something here. Are you there, Shannon? I'm going to give this to Axe.
So what happened real quick is I work at a radio station. You're not on air, it's just us. But we have a caller calling in about your guys' text salon. He's just having some issues with you guys, and we like to call the other party just to get their side of the story too. So I was wondering if I could speak to a manager. Okay, do you know if one will be in?
Shannon?
Yes, sir.
Ask Axe for his latest text I sent him. It's free food for you guys. Not for me. Don't be thanking me.
No.
Do we have anyone in the studio?
Nope. All right, talk to Tom about that and whatever text he sent.
Tom, I just called the pet place and I couldn't get a hold of an owner or anyone. They said they don't do phone calls. The only way to reach the owner or manager is through email, and they said that they don't want to make a comment.
They wouldn't even comment on whether it's non-refundable, or did you actually ask a question?
I did. So they said that everyone's told upon making the appointment that they're non-refundable.
Okay.
So they said they told him that it wasn't refundable.
My vet does that anymore too. They take a deposit, but they give a 24-hour. If you cancel within 24 hours, they keep it, because so many people do it and then they don't show up, and they have all these spots that they don't fill.
Mm-mm.
And the unfortunate part about that is I couldn't get a hold of anyone there who could really do anything about that. They sent the managers home. They're not in the store ever, so
My credit score is up 23 points for no reason at all, and it goes down 23, and then it goes sideways.
How's that 680 treating you, Tom?
I wish that's my new goal, 680. I actually have 810. I thought 8 was perfect. I didn't know you could go higher.
It's 850.
Oh, I got 810.
I had an ex-wife get me to 850 once. God, she was a genius with money and stuff. She was smart. Then a few years later, divorced, couple ex-wives.
In general, put a bad taste in people's mouths. You've lost a customer for life when you do it.
Oh, yeah.
But the other side of it is, though, too, is that, can't make appointments all the time.
Okay, then here's what you do. You have a decent window, at least. They gave her 5 days.
That's what I'm saying. Mine gives a 20, as long as before 24 hours, they'll, right? I mean, I see both sides.
Of course you do.
Like with appointments with us, sometimes when we get hail, people just want you to run out and do all this stuff so they could submit to insurance and then never call you back, and then you're running around for nothing. I see both sides. I don't think if he called 5 days in advance, I think that should be refunded for sure. But yeah.
What about for restaurants?
I don't think anybody should for that, because there's always people waiting to get in if it's that popular.
Yeah, I think if you're making a reservation, there's probably somebody there in line to take it, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Right.
What's bird call?
Bird call is chicken.
Oh, okay.
It's delicious.
It's really
good.
It's really
all
good.
Right. Okay.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, how you doing? This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I love when I can't tell you, honest to God, how much I love my sponsors. One Clear Choice has been with me for, 20 years or more. They will come 24/7 to your home. If you have an emergency, can't get your door closed, you need to secure your home, or you have a broken light, and you need to call during the day, or a broken panel on the garage door. So they do the opener and the door and everything in between, every part. Their prices and everything they do is on their menu at oneclearchoicedoors.com. Okay. Nick Gravina is with me from Gravina's Window Siding and Doors, 950 West Evans. They've been there for years. Well, not necessarily at that location, although they've been there years, but their family, they even trademarked the damn name. It's so important because it means something. It's heritage. And Nick, were you close to your granddad, the guy who started it? Were you close to him?
Yeah, to a point. I was a lot younger before he passed.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, but yes, I mean, to the extent.
And then your dad took over, and your dad, if you had to pick, I'm putting you on the spot. If you had to pick 3 things he told you about the business, whether it's do this or don't do this, what would they be? 3 things. You got to pick 3.
I mean, number 1, treat customers well.
Did he really say that? He actually said treat them well.
Well, I mean, they're your customers, right?
Okay.
You have to make them happy.
Okay.
Right?
What else?
To a certain extent, right? You know that. Business is business.
Meaning what? I'm
not sure. I think it was more like, keep personality maybe out of it, or, you got to continue business going.
Or maybe like, I bet she was talking maybe with employees too.
Maybe,
like don't get, yeah. Okay. What else? What else? Business, treat customers well. What else?
I don't really know at that point. Probably maybe, maybe like customer services, on top of it,
So anyway, as far as learning from parents, a lot of kids learn from parents and then do their own thing anyway. And of course, we have never noticed a shift in anything when it comes to customer service or products with you guys. If anything, you've improved over the years. I'll be honest with you. Your dad was toward the end, not that he's deceased. I meant, he had one foot in, one foot out. He was working his ass off, and you could tell he was ready to retire.
Correct.
And it's good that you were there. Do you have any brothers?
I do.
They in the biz?
Not anymore. No.
They didn't want to be?
No, there's just, my sister was in it. My sister, she worked for you. She was in it,
Yeah, Gina worked for me for a while.
Yep.
Love her. Okay, so listen, I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, and I want other opinions, the dumbest thing I believe personally you can do in a business is charge a cancellation fee. Now, I know. I'm going to hear from people, Tom, if I block out time on my books and I can't fill it, blah, 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 blah. I get it. Okay, I get it. But you got to be reasonable. If they cancel 5 days notice, a week, 48 hours, that's reasonable. So give them at least 48 hours notice. That's reasonable. If I don't give 48 hours notice and they charge me, so be it. But I don't like cancellation fees in general. I think they never serve you well. And I'll venture to say you've lost the customer for life. So you've basically not only lost that appointment, in my opinion, no one who is charged a cancellation fee will come back. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Let me know if you're in business or you're a customer. But I don't like the taste or the feel of a cancellation. I just don't like it. So find out what your favorite business does. Let me know.
So I have a personal opinion about that right now, because I've had something happen to me. So, I canceled. I was with, Comcast for 20 some years.
Yeah.
And, with the streaming wars and all that stuff, so I was like, hey, we're going to get rid of it. Right. So I canceled with them, no problem. I call up on the phone. They said, okay, we'll return the equipment, all this stuff. And so I go through it, cancel online. Okay, great. Return it. You're going to get a credit to your account because it was during the middle of a month, or it was already paid.
But you did return the equipment.
I go and return the equipment. They scan, say, "Oh, we look at it. Hey, everything's great. We're sorry."
Did you get a receipt or anything?
I probably did.
Okay. All right.
And great. Anything else? Nope. Sorry, we lost your business. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
3 months later, I get they reported me to a credit union.
Oh no, a credit collection agency. I mean, a credit bureau.
Yeah, sorry, yes. And for like $60 for a cancellation fee.
Not for unreturned equipment, just a cancellation.
Right. It was basically like an early termination fee.
How much did you have left on your agreement? Do you know?
I didn't have anything on the agreement because I'd been there for so long.
You were month to month.
Yeah. And again, I was like, why wasn't this discussed over the phone?
Right.
And then why would I, when I turned in the equipment, there's 2 chances. And they even gave me a credit on top of it all.
A credit?
Right. Because I had paid for the month and I didn't use the whole month.
And they gave you a credit.
Right. But then they came back and said,
$60 cancellation fee.
Or termination, whatever.
Right.
Right. So I fought and fought and fought.
Yeah.
And just nothing. I couldn't get anywhere with anybody. I said, why would you give me $110 credit?
Right. That doesn't make sense.
And say I owe $60 some.
Now, if there was a cancellation fee and it was spelled out and all of that, that's one thing. But the confusion comes with the inconsistency where it's inconsistent or it doesn't make sense. People always want things to make sense. What did they say?
I couldn't get a clear answer. I called so many times.
And do you mind saying who the company is?
It was Comcast.
Comcast, yeah, well, of course.
Yeah, and
the reason I say of course, that's a big giant ship, and when you have a big giant ship, you don't really have a pilot or someone. You don't have anyone on the controls. You really don't. Not one person that takes responsibility. You just don't.
And I would talk to somebody for 20 minutes. Oh, let me talk to my manager. Put you on hold. Oh, let me transfer you. And then you go to a new person and start all over again.
Right.
And then there was one point where I thought I was getting somewhere with a lady. She's like, I'm going to take care of this for you. And then all of a sudden I was disconnected.
Oh, I hate that. Or I hate when you have to retell everything. I like actually, and I have found AI bots on the phone and I like them. Do you know why I like them? They don't forget. Every single detail they remember. And in fact, I think I got disconnected. I'm trying to think. It was an internet service. I got disconnected, and they emailed me back with a recap of our chat, saying, "If you need help, we got disconnected. Call us." I loved it. But you're right. When you get disconnected, that's probably the worst thing that could ever happen. They should have, whenever anyone gets disconnected, some kind of handoff they give to someone to say, call this person back. Because the worst thing in the world is having to go through the phone tree again and then wait again.
For 2 hours.
And then explain what you needed.
Right.
Yeah. And, I like phone service where they can call you back.
Yeah.
I like that. Now, I have a problem that I really want solved. I will give a $100 reward for someone. Now, you can't just tell me something and expect to get $100 unless it works. This is a problem that, honest to God, I'm in a loop and I don't know what to do about it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have Gravina's Window Siding Doors with us. Gravina's, let's talk about this. Somebody wants to know what kind of exterior door. They need a new exterior front door. What do you recommend? I remember people saying they're getting away from metal because of the heat. Is that right? Or is that only for south-facing doors?
And that's true to an extent. I think the steel doors are built better because they got the polyurethane inside them now, so it kind of acts as a thermal break. But I would say 90% of our business is fiberglass entry doors.
Fiberglass?
Yep.
So that's a hollow with the foam? Is it sheathed with fiberglass? Is that how it's built?
Yeah, probably like an 1/8 inch or so skin inside now.
But is it a pretty stout door?
They are pretty stout, yeah.
Okay, and can you get them with windows or fixed lights in them?
Oh, yeah. You can get them with grain. You can get them smooth. They can be stained. They can be painted. I mean, it's it's pretty awesome what they do with entry doors.
Really? And when you say fiberglass, are the sides fiberglass, side lights as well? Or is the frame, what exactly is fiberglass? Just the flat door itself?
Yeah, the panels.
Yeah.
And then the frames, a lot of frames anymore are becoming composite.
Really?
Yeah, where a lot of them aren't wood anymore. So it helps with, not.
Composites warp, or have they gotten over that problem?
I think composites have made a very big leap,
And is it like graphite or carbon fiber or fiberglass? Fiberglass is technically a composite, right?
Correct.
Technically, right?
Right.
Okay. And a composite simply means more than one type of material fused together. I mean, really, that's what it is.
Right.
So what kind of composites do you use?
In windows or in doors?
Doors.
Well, in doors, it's more the composite's more of the frame that's installed.
Okay.
Right. So the door itself is a fiberglass skin with the foam inside, right?
All right.
So the frames being like wood that rot because of snow, water.
You make those out of composite, or they make them out of composite.
Right. Like the easiest way to explain it is basically taking like a Trex decking type material and now
form it into a door jamb.
Right. Because then it wicks away all the moisture.
But it is pretty good structurally.
Yeah, I actually think it's heavier.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah,
So it's better than wood.
Yeah, and then they'll wrap it with a veneer so you can stain or paint it, a vinyl veneer.
Really?
Yeah, they're really cool.
Do they come pre-painted as well?
You can get pre-painted, pre-stained, all sorts of it.
And as far as the windows, you can get more than just plain glass. You can get stained or etched glass.
Oh yeah, all sorts of stuff. Obscure, ovals, squares, whatever you can really kind of imagine almost.
Are these on your website?
Yes.
Okay, Gravina, and it's Gravinas.com. We have more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. Listen, if you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. We want to know about it. And I want to tell you about Water Pros for this new tankless. It's just unbelievable. There's no tank and no filters. It does filter somehow. It makes, through, I think, electricity and power, it makes this reverse osmosis water. So you have all of the chemicals taken out, all of the nanoplastics, all of the pharmaceuticals, whatever it is. It's pure drinking water, reverse osmosis, the best water you can buy. Waterpros.net. And you don't have to buy it. You never have to have bottled water again. Waterpros.net.
Thank you. 5.5.
Thanks. All right.
We're going to get snow tomorrow?
I don't know. People are saying we are. I don't know about it. What do you think?
I think it's going to be too warm. I think we can maybe get some rain, but I just think it's going to be too warm. Right. I'm good right now. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. No phone call, no hassles. PlumlineServices.com. Service at home. Service at heart. Plumline Services. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You've climbed the career ladder, the mortgage, the kids' college, years of 401k contributions, and crossing your fingers every time the market hiccups. You did all of that, and now retirement is right there in front of you. So why does it still feel like you might fall? Because having money saved is not the same as having a plan. And a plan without a guide is just a hope dressed up in a spreadsheet. That's where the Retirement Planning Center of Watkins comes in. A family-owned Colorado firm with one single mission: help you reach the summit and then stay there. Income, investments, tax Texas healthcare legacy. 5P, but one comprehensive strategy built around you and your goals, not theirs. Their unique summer retirement guide takes you from where you are today to the retirement you actually want, not just the one you can afford. Call the Retirement Planning Center of Rockies today. Tell them Michael Brown sent you. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211 or online at rpcenter.com. You've earned the view. Don't retire without a guide. Pain is a thief. It steals your sleep, your weekends, your golf game, your grandkid. And if you've been quite reluctant with medication, dreading surgery, or just quietly saying no to things you previously loved, I need you to hear this. QC Kinetics uses regenerative treatment that works with your body. No surgery, no lengthy recovery, no see you again in 6 weeks. You come in, you get treated, you go about your day. I had my neck treated at QC Kinetics, and the result was flat out amazing. If your knees, hips, shoulder, or back are holding you hostage, it's time to change that. QC Kinetics has Livingston, Superior, Aurora, Island Ranch, and Colorado Springs. So there's no excuse not to walk through that door. The consultation is completely free. Call QC Kinetics. Tell them Michael Brown sent you. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. Get back to your life with QC Kinetics. 303-900-8986.
Do you know what you will never
Is that like a monitor type amp back there? Or is that
That's for my drums. Those drums are hybrid. So they have pickups on them, and they have silent heads. The heads at 50%. You hit them, it's hard to hear them.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So that triggers the brain to send a sound to the amp.
Okay, so it's playing more out of the amp than. Do you have this? You don't have the silent cymbals though.
No.
Have you seen those?
No.
Those are pretty crazy
Yeah,
too.
the rubber ones. No, I have.
No, they don't have rubber ones. They have metal ones. They got a bunch of holes in them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not as loud.
And they have pickup. I just decided this is what's called hybrid, meaning they have shells, real shells.
Right.
They have real action heads. The heads feel just like a real drum, except they're silent.
Right.
Real cymbals. So when I'm playing with the amp, if the amp's out here or back there, wherever, you always hear the cymbals. You never have a problem hearing the cymbals.
Right.
So the drums are what I keep balanced. And I can dial up different drum sets that will assign different sounds. Totally.
Right, or if you want to like accent the snare or the kick or toms or whatever.
You have faders for everything, for every drum.
Right. Very cool.
That took me a long time to get perfected.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that's the thing with all that stuff anymore. There's so much technology. And
I'd love to, when I do get rid of it someday, it would be best to do it as a kit because although the shells in themselves are Pearl Masters, mahogany, maple, they're really expensive shells. They're a 7-ply maple, Pearl Masters, and if you notice my drums,
you won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk to Joanne. Hi, Joanne. Welcome to the show. What's going on?
Thank you.
Yes, what's happening?
What's going on is the reason I'm calling is to see if you might have a resource, an attorney or probably a civil attorney that deals with a neighbor I have that has her cameras pointed directly into my house.
Oh, Joanne, we've had this before. Believe it or not, we've had this problem before.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
And so, how do you know, first of all, the cameras are pointed at you?
Well, I see them. One is pointed into my a bedroom that I use as an office. The other one is pointed to my back door.
Okay.
And then there's one in the front that faces my front window.
Why do you think she does? Does she have anything pointed at any other neighbors?
No.
Did you have a falling out with her? Did it happen all of a sudden, or was it there from the beginning? Tell me a little bit about it.
I think when I first built my house, I had renters, and they did have dogs, apparently, that barked. I don't know because I wasn't here. However, she got some dogs, and they were continuously barking. And I asked her multiple times, probably at least 6 times, to do something with her barking dogs, whether bring him inside or get a barking device or something that would help control that. And her response to me was, well, that's what dogs do, they bark. So anyway, I ended up calling animal control, and they did come over and notify her that, she had to do something about it. And she got better about it, but has just been angry ever since.
And how long has that been?
Well, this has been going on probably a good 8 years.
Oh, my goodness.
He has called. Oh, yeah. I mean, today, it's just been too much. And, she's called the cops on me numerous times for crazy stuff.
Like what?
And they
like
referred
what?
her
What
to
did what did she call the cops for?
First, she's called the cops because I was building a fence, and she thought the fence was on her property, and it wasn't. She's called the cops because there was a mark on my parking pad that she thought needed to be removed, and they've just told her that this is a civil thing,
right.
And they've referred her to that's just a couple things without going into a lot more.
So is she just a nasty person? Is she just a nasty person?
I think she's a very angry person. I'll be walking down the street, she, flips me the bird. It's just that kind of stuff. It's just really nasty.
All right. Here's what I need to tell you based on numerous complaints. I mean, you would think this would be rare, but I just looked into my database.
Oh, no.
No. We've had this before. Now, here's what I hesitate to say the law because there are no specific laws, but there are plenty of civil cases and stuff. And without going into too much detail, and because I was in television news, by the way, and I did a lot of adversarial tracking of people, I will tell you that she has a right to point a camera anywhere visible to the naked eye. So, in other words, she can't, for example, put up a ladder and peer through your fence at a vantage from the ladder if someone standing outside of your fence could not see it. But if she's on her deck, let's just say she's on her deck and she glances around the backyards, all of them, she's allowed to have a camera pan all of those backyards so long as it's from a human vantage point that is visible to the naked eye. She cannot, and this is where it gets tricky, because how do you tell? She's not allowed to zoom in. So while I might be allowed to put a camera on my deck, it's an invasion of privacy if I take that camera on my deck that's pointed at a neighbor, and if I zoom in past that screen door inside the room and I can see things in there, that would be an invasion. But there's no way for you to, in other words, without suing and doing subpoenas and discovery, there's no way of knowing if that's going on. It really becomes almost cost prohibitive. So, other than asking them not to do it or putting up shields that would discourage it, I don't know what else to tell you. You could also this has never been tested, but we've had some people do laser pointers and burn out the cameras. So really, it's kind of like, it's unfortunately like the Wild West. I mean, there is no real rule book. Okay? Now, some people will tell you if you take a laser pen and you burn out the chip on her camera, that you're being malicious. Again, that's hard to prove. Just like it's hard to prove that she's zooming in. Do you think she is zooming into your rooms or zooming into your property, or she just has it sitting there for the naked eye?
Honestly, I have no idea. And I have no idea because I don't know what these cameras are capable of doing.
Well, most of them nowadays can zoom pretty damn well. And they don't just zoom optically.
That was my thought.
Yeah. They don't just zoom optically. They zoom actually electronically or digitally. They enhance the vision. Rather than having a big, long lens, they no longer need that to zoom. But there's no way to know it. There's no way to know it. And has it ever affected you in any way? Has she ever made mention of it? Or have you ever had reason to believe that it is affecting you or she is spying on you?
Oh, I have no idea. I just don't deal with her, However, I will tell you another thing that she did. I was out fertilizing my lawn, and I will admit, not looking the best. And she took a picture of me and superimposed it onto my website on Yelp.
Really?
That's pretty
now,
crazy.
when you say onto your website on Yelp, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you have a presence on Yelp?
I do.
And how did she get? What I don't understand is, so the picture was on your profile?
Uh-huh.
How did she get into your profile?
She did it as a comment from, and I think she said it was from, she titled it as some person from San Francisco. And
what was the purpose? What was the purpose of showing you in an unflattering way on your Yelp profile? What did it say? Did it say out enjoying my garden today, or was it just there?
No, it said stay away from this person. She's obviously had too much work done.
Oh my God. Holy crap. She's nasty. Stay away from this person. She's obviously had too much work done. Was she referring to like plastic surgery or something?
Yes.
What a jerk. What a jerk. I mean, the only thing, did it get any comments, by the way? Did it get any traction, or do people know she's a nut?
Well, I just don't do much social media. However, I had a patient that was looking for directions, and she advised me of this picture, and she asked me if I'd seen it. And immediately I looked at it, because I don't look at Yelp. I'm just not into that. And that's when I saw it. It had probably been up there for about 6 months.
Oh, man.
But I just elected not to pursue action about that, because I was afraid she'd up the ante and get those dogs out barking again.
No, I get it. Man, that's terrible. All I can tell you is when you have neighbors, if they're only bothering you, that's the worst, because you can't do anything as a group. Now, we had one lady that was so freaking crazy. Every single time that the neighbor went out, let's say you went out, she would come out and she would stay out for as long as you were out and mimicked all of your actions. If you took a chair and sat down, she would take a chair and sat down. If you watered a plant, she would water a plant or go through the motions. And it was scary. It was stupid. It was actually mental illness. And that's really what you're describing. You're describing people who are socially retarded. That's what they are. Socially inept.
Well, and I believe that she has some delusional system going on about me. That's just my opinion, because of all these antics. But yeah, I'm just so over it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
You had a resource.
Yeah, no, listen, you could bring a lawsuit against her for invasion of privacy, but the problem is, it's going to probably be dismissed. It might cause her to take it down, or she might double down and get an attorney. Who knows what she'll do? But you could start it like that. But once you do that, there's really no going back. I mean, while there is, you could always dismiss it. But what do you think would happen if she was literally served with a lawsuit?
I have no idea. I could imagine she could up the ante. I just don't have that kind of imagination and that kind of anger in me to understand the thoughts behind someone like that.
I know it.
I don't know.
And you know what? I've said this before, and I hate to just amplify your misery, but I've said it before. When you have a crazy neighbor, it really is, it ruins everything. It really ruins the quiet, peaceful enjoyment of your home, because there's something there always to remind you that she's a nut. And it's too bad. I mean, I think if you ignore her, I mean, does she do anything with these cameras right now, or are they just sitting there?
Well, they're just, and she moves them around. That's the other thing. She moves the cameras around. So the ones currently now one is pointing right into my bedroom, which I really feel is an invasion.
Hold on. It's not an invasion. If she can stand on her deck and look, she can't take binoculars and look. She can't take a camera and zoom in. But she can legally stand. See, imagine trying to tell her what she can look at standing on her deck. You can't tell her that. That is not your right to tell her she can't look at your bedroom window. But you can tell her you're not allowed to peer in with binoculars, or you're not allowed to zoom in with a camera. See, there's a difference. But it's just like anyone going up on their deck. People can look out, and no one can tell you can't. There's just no mechanism.
I get that. This one particular camera is on the porch.
I think she's interfering with your phone right now. I'm just kidding. But anyway, you were choppy. I got to take this break. Don't I have to take this break or not? Maybe not. Yes? Am I overtime? I'm overtime,
Way
right?
overtime. 10 minutes.
I'm sorry. Let's take this quick break.
Yep.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Ryan Schuling, Tom Martino, Michael Brown Reloaded, and Dan Kaplis. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, the accident I-76 westbound at Sheridan.
Got about 5.5 here.
Thank you.
Hey, did you want to talk to her again?
Only if she has any specific question.
She wants an attorney. She called for an attorney.
Okay. I can't. If she want to know the truth, I can't think of an attorney that will take the case. I mean,
you got it.
I swear to God, I can't think of any attorney that would take this case. There's too much investigative work that would go into it. You can.
And
tell
of course, I would never recommend arson. Arson.
God, you're dangerous.
Well, yeah, don't live next to me. There you go. Oh, but by the way, if you want to look in my windows, go ahead. It's you won't be able to forget what you see through my window. Come to my window.
Shane wants people looking at.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Oh my God.
And since it is the van, it's just, the free candy sign, I think attracts a lot of people.
Yeah.
But that was happening in the bathrooms at a couple of the Buc-ee's locations is that the owner's son had set up cameras in the women's bathroom.
Oh.
Got in a little trouble for that. But I saw one woman comment on X on a story about it. She said, listen, for bathrooms that clean and nice, if you want to look at my butthole, go ahead. It's all yours. Great bathrooms. They are. Have you been?
To Buc-ee's?
Mm-hmm.
No, I want to go.
Glorious.
Yeah?
I believe I'll be there today.
Oh, yeah? You going to bike to Buc-ee's?
Nope. Helping the daughter move to Denver from Fort Collins. So we'll be hitting at least once. Is Nick talking? I can't hear him.
Oh, Buc-ee's. It seems to me you can only have a few of them around. Yeah, that if you've seen one, I mean, the market area has to be huge.
Can't hear Nick. Tom, can we hear you?
What do you mean?
We can't hear Nick.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, thank you. So when Buc-ee's opened, the day they opened, we had a bunch of their upper management on, and one of the marketing guys, we asked him a great question. What's next? What's the next spot you guys would be working on? And he said, do you know that picture of America at night that shows all the cities lit up and stuff?
Yeah, it looks we look crisscross.
Sort of. I mean, it's the cities all lit up at night. It was taken over the course of several years. As a matter of fact, a high school friend of mine up at NOAA helped work on that thing, and he hates when I mention it because it was years off his life. But I digress. They look at that map and figure out where the national highways are and look for the darkest spots and where would be the best location within that dark area to set up. That's their plan. That's their business plan.
Well, okay.
What?
No,
because setting up in the heart of the Dallas area, there's too much competition. You set up as an oasis somewhere, and you are building a funnel of humanity that just streams right in there.
You would think with those, though, that's more of a trucker thing. So I think you'd want to be more in the middle of nowhere for the truckers to go there, sleep.
Yeah. Well, and there is a no trucker sign at each entrance.
Oh, they don't allow truckers at Buc-ee's?
Nope. No trucks.
I didn't know that.
No, in fact, that's shocking because I thought that's all it was. It was a big
No. You can get a hand job anywhere. They want just regular citizens to be coming in.
No trucker job.
Not that a coin-op shower can't be a good time. Trust me. But no trucks, no truckers, and the place is almost always packed. Any time of day, it's crazy. I've been in there at 3 a.m. and there's a line to get sandwiches.
Oh my God.
They're building a Quick Trip right across the street from our shop. They tore down an old auto body place and building a Quick Trip.
I'm a fan of Maverick too, but Quick Trip does all right.
My daughter, for the longest time, that was like her favorite place to eat. We'd always joke because like the hot dog selection was like just right up her alley for some reason.
Where, Quick Trip or Maverick?
Quick Trip.
Oh, okay. All right.
But they're pretty much the same
coming
thing.
back.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. You're a troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Joanne says, she knows there's not much you can do directly, but she wants a lawyer. Joanne, I don't know who to refer you to because most attorneys will not take the case. I imagine you've probably talked to a few that told you this or not.
No, I actually haven't.
Okay. I will give you your first idea of where to go. I'm going to text it to Axe to give to you off the air. And the reason I say most won't take it is because it's a black hole. It's going to cost so much money, and there is no contingency. In other words, what do you hope to get at the end of the rainbow? There's not going to be monetary damages that I can think of, unless you can get an attorney to make a case for emotional distress, not being able to enjoy your home. I mean, I can see that happening possibly if you find a
harassment.
What's that?
Harassment.
Yeah.
This is harassing.
Yeah, but if she's not doing anything with the cameras, one might argue that it's not harassing just sitting there. Although the texts I have gotten, by the way, are all on your side. Every one of them. Every one of them says that, that they would say something to her. Have you tried that at least? Have you tried to say something to her? Just come right out and say, look, I don't like these cameras pointed at my house. It would probably give her immense satisfaction, but have you ever tried it?
I have at one point. She said that they were pointing, and I have a camera in my backyard, but my camera faces my door. It's pretty worthless, quite honestly. It doesn't scan. It doesn't have a wide angle.
So she said, by the way, you have a camera too. Is that what she said? She played that game?
Well, yeah, originally she said that. And then she also has called the cops because she got pretty crazy and thought that my cameras were looking into her yard. The cops came over and told her that they were not looking into her yard, that they just pointed to the doors and they did not move. So she's had affirmation from the cops. She's impossible to deal with just because of all of this anger.
Hold on. Did she do her cameras as an answer to your cameras? Is that what she's going to say? Or is she doing them just to be a pain in the ass?
I think it's both.
Isn't it too bad? Isn't it too bad that we have this kind of life? I mean, really, there are people that are just crazy. I don't know how else to put it.
Really crazy.
I
and
know.
Then she's not only that, but she's got these cameras on a pole. They're up high, looking right into my house, in my backyard, in my back door.
I'll bet you she did that with every intent of harassing you. And
you bet.
I would like to know what others would do. I'm polling my YouTube morons here. I'm not putting up a poll, but I'm seeing what they're commenting because that's my instantaneous feedback. I'd like people to text me on what you would do. One said they would fight fire with fire, and they would simply point as many cameras as possible, even if you had to buy dummy cameras, to make this woman feel absolutely spied on. That might be, back in the day, I used to get crazy like that, and I may have done that. I mean, if you put 20 cameras all over your property pointing at her place, what do you think she would do? She would freak out, wouldn't she? And then you'd have to call a ceasefire. But maybe that's what you do. What did you think, Nick?
Well, if the neighbor called the cops on her because she thought the cameras were pointing at her neighbor's door and they're not, couldn't she do the ipso facto and call the cops and saying, this is pointed directly into mine?
Don't handle it anyway, though. I don't even know why the cops went to her house. I mean, maybe they were just trying to be peacemakers. We got more coming right up, and I'll read some of our comments.
Yep. Did you want to shoot axe an attorney?
I-76 westbound at Sheridan was cleared off. Good news there. Backups are dissipating. It was backed up quite a ways for a bit there. Looks like I-70 eastbound around 225 is a little slow. The other direction looks much better for us.
I'm not going to give her a particular
The downtown's been busy from I-70 through Spear and a little bit of traffic coming up.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Minor one northbound at Yale on the left shoulder. Heading into the foothills is a semi-rig that's broken down on I-70 westbound just past Morrison in the center lane. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
I have the only proprietary software in the business that literally downloads 20,000 securities every morning at 4 a.m. to go through them and filter them and rate them and rank them and then match them to specific investors. That's right. We don't use giant investment houses and broker dealers. By the way, I'm just going to tell you this because I know a lot of you think that you know everything, but if you delve deep enough into your financial advisor, you will find they do not invest your money at all. What they do is what's called a turnkey asset management program, and they leave it to others to put you in pools of like-minded investors. Listen, the stock market is a wonderful investment if you know how to do it and you're not trying to time it, but you're just trying to take advantage of it. I want you to call us at Martino Capital, where 100% of my money is, and your money can be alongside with personal oversight that I pledge to you. 303-771-HELP. Just get a review. See what we do. We'll back test it 3 to 5 years to show you exactly what we've done. No one else will do that. 303-771-HELP or martinocapital.com. I also want to tell you about SheridanAutotech.com. I love great companies. You get the message. Sheridan Autotech has everything you want in an auto repair facility, including convenience, honesty, integrity, knowledge and experience, and value. They're at Colfax, west of Wadsworth, a great, well-lit, secure facility. I take my Beamer there instead of the dealer, and I save a ton of money. You will too. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
Thank you. A little long on that, Phil. But
I know,
when you're talking about
I'm sorry.
Hey, when you're talking about a guy as great as Tom Martino, you gotta go long.
I'm sorry about it.
Don't be sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry when I get to tease you. It is the greatest joy in my life.
Yeah. But I did know I did. I just get
I
carried
know.
away.
I know you know. I know you know. You know.
I get passionate.
Oh. Call back. Or not.
You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is much better. It's all good. Same as JD from yesterday, right? DJ. Yep. Oh, okay. What can we help you out with, DJ?
Told you about getting the new bike, so I stopped at REI yesterday and get a pair of those. Get a mirror, not a pair, a mirror that clips to your glasses.
A mirror.
So I can see behind me.
Is that spelled M-E-R-E? Mirror?
Oh, like the thing that crashed in the Indian Ocean? No. Right? Isn't that what it did? The Mir space station? So I get this, and I've had them ever since I've had bikes, little rear view mirror. And I told the clerk, Dragon's already heard this, sorry. I only have like one joke to spread around. Yeah, it's all right. I told her, I said, I don't even have a bike. I'm just afraid of my coworkers. Bunch of backstabbers. She's like, oh my God. I know, right? Always got to be looking over your shoulder around here.
So did everyone hear about Spirit Airlines taking a shit?
Uh-oh. Again?
Was it bankruptcy again?
I hear. I didn't see it yet, the official notification.
not to profile or anything. Hey, they frosted a bunch of windows in the office. At least the conference room. I didn't see if maybe some of the other offices got their windows frosted, but kind of the Pete McKenna Memorial window frosting. Remember that deal?
No, I don't.
Kind of humping up with some coworkers here, huh?
Yeah, but
What?
wasn't he
A great guy.
I thought it was
Great
kids.
No, that was other. No, that was a fellow saleswoman. Kid humping up on kids. We've had that. All I ever knew about was that one feller. I don't know whatever happened with his case, but he ended up selling grills at the Big R in Evergreen. Little business for breakfast situation. And that was just a chat room where he got caught. And that's why every time I'm in a chat room, I say, "Hey, are you a 35-year-old cop pretending to be a 10-year-old? Because I think that's hot." I'd like to meet for coffee.
When was the last time you
And maybe corrective footwear. I bet you have corrective footwear, sir. Stand by.
That's TWO% to start listening.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Let's talk to DJ. DJ, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, Tom. Tom?
Yes.
I'm close to 70 years old. I've been playing the trumpet for a year. I'm playing it to master it. I'm not playing as a hobby. And I'm looking for a good instructor. I've had some instructors. They've had their strengths and weaknesses.
Have you played the trumpet before?
I played the trumpet just a little bit 25 years ago. When I was a kid, I played the piano and the saxophone when I was a kid. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. I just found something in my drawer. Hold on. Where is mine? I found it. I got somebody. Where's my mouthpiece? I was going to tell you, I got a trumpet, and I found an instructor. Hey, I can still make a sound. Anyway, we got more coming up. On the Troubleshooter Show, I'll come up with an instructor.
Wow. I don't know what that was.
It was a trumpet.
Was it? At least,
It was.
if I could blow my own horn, I'd never come into work.
I was going to ask.
Hold on.
You make money by doing that, but I'm sure people would want to see that.
Well, that would I need money? Oh my God, I'd be so fucking happy.
I'm surprised I can make a sound.
Yeah.
That was a thing on a Saturday Night Live with Will Ferrell. He's in a yoga class.
Hello.
He was able to do it. Do it.
Yeah.
And somebody goes, "Oh my God, that's so good."
How's it sound?
You touch yourself with your own hands.
Right. How's it any different?
Yeah.
How's it sound? Come on.
Sounds fair.
You bastards.
Thank you for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Can I get a first name?
I dare you to go back and listen to that last one.
Yeah. Sorry, remind me of...
No, I'm good. I'll breeze through it in the podcast. But that's, yeah.
Hey, I don't care about anything. I'm going to go see Mary.
Did they not follow up?
So just full on fuck off.
Okay, let me check my notes here.
Yeah, but you could be moving heavy furniture.
Did I mention
Dude,
happen to...
this is when Dad gets to shine.
I mentioned my case.
That old man strength kicks in.
Well, and at this
Did I
point,
mention what
I
deputy
may
might
lack
take your
the,
case? Like which one would be
actual
working
strength
with
to
you?
make up for an intelligence. No, don't carry it that way.
Yeah. Sure.
And maybe I'll be directing 20-somethings. Now to pick it up.
And then you remind them all with your knees, not your back.
I don't care about that part. We'll stop at a masseuse.
Hey, did you hear my trumpet?
No. I don't want. No.
You don't hear that? Come on.
No.
You liar. You hear that?
Got some real talent there.
I know. I got a real knack for it. I haven't played it in 20 years, for God's sakes. Hey.
Sounds exactly the same.
It's a butt trumpet.
What's that?
That was the butt trumpet.
I can play the butt trumpet. Yeah, people want to know, why did I have a trumpet right there at my desk? It was just happened to be sitting behind me. It's beautiful. By the way, guess what brand this is? Guess what brand it is? It really is. It's a beautiful trumpet. Guess what brand it is? One of the best. I'm not trying to play, by the way. I'm just trying to see if my lips could still make that shape.
Oh, are we not recording this part?
No, it's not a Yamaha. Think bigger, baby. Think bigger.
It's a rental from Fleischer Hinton.
It definitely isn't a rental.
That's what I played on in 7th grade.
I wish I could read my damn handwriting.
What is
now play us hot cross buns.
I can't play anything.
Hey, Herb Alpert, stop it.
Yeah. Think of the name. Go on. What do you think it is?
It's in the blue. What the hell does that say?
What is it? Guess the name and you get the trumpet.
Dimitri Bard? Board? I either gave this case to Dimitri or Doc. Or
Yeah.
whoever else's name is on there.
Anyway.
Oh, B-O.
Why did I have my...
That could be an
box. That's pretty stupid. Anyway.
Protect it.
But I bet that first...
This is a beautiful trumpet. It really is. It's very expensive. Very expensive trumpet. Okay, so what do you think? Name that trumpet.
Steve!
No, I do have a name for him. I'm serious about it. They're good people. And I'm really serious about it. I wonder if the guy I learned from is still alive. Oh, let me
You're
see.
barely alive.
Hey, you know what? God damn, you shouldn't say that. Especially right now. Say it in 2 years.
I just had to channel my inner Shannon for you right there.
Yeah. You know what? I see a picture of my trumpet guy. I think he's still there. Hold on. Meet the band. Okay, let's see if he's still there. I had a great guy. Bartman was his name. I think it was. What's his name? I wonder if he's still there. I think he was half dead when I knew him, so I'm not sure. Damn. I shouldn't joke. Maybe he's not there. I had the... I don't think he's still with the Queen City Jazz Band. Damn it. I don't think he is. Come on, man. Where's the trumpet? Nope. They have a new trumpet guy. There used to be, I wonder if I can find past the Queen City Jazz Band. They've been around for years. I think Bartman his name was Bartman. I hope he's not deceased. Not yet. Although he's way older than me. Huh. Why do I know so many old farts, guys? Nope, it's not a Bach or a Jupiter. Find out. Come on. Get me the name of my trumpet, and you win it. Not.
figure out the manufacturer of the damn horn?
Not yet. Breaking news: Trump. If Iran had a nuke, they would use it.
All right.
Why is this news? Why is this breaking?
Oh, wait. Maybe it is considered a Bach. Maybe it is. It's a model of a Bach, maybe.
So he didn't know the manufacturer.
Are you surprised by this?
Hey, Tom, if you have a trivia question, you should know the answer first.
It may be a sub-category of Bach. I didn't realize that.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Thursday at 4, can one of our 3 GOP candidates for governor win that race? If so, which one? And what is the path to victory? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino, and don't we have fun on the Troubleshooter Show? Where the hell are you going to get fun like this, right? You can call about anything. DJ called, wanted a trumpet, as in trumpet, instructor, and I happen to pull out my trumpet, and I asked my people who are streaming can see it what kind it is. It's a really good one, and I even made a noise. There. Uh-oh. Anyway, I won't do that anymore. But anyway, that's my trumpet. Haven't touched it in, has to be, let's see, I was Stephanie, I'm 15, maybe 20 years, haven't touched it. My instructor, by the way, all kidding aside, was the trumpet player for the Queen City Jazz Band, which goes back years and years and years. They've replaced characters over the years, the members, good people, Queen City Jazz Band. And I don't see him listed anymore. I hope he's still with us. But anyway, you need an instructor. And I really did I really do know some good instructors. They're with the Colorado Music Institute. So DJ, if you really want some good people, that's what you want. The Colorado Music Institute. And they have a number of, they don't have just one, they have a number of trumpet players, trumpet teachers. I'll give you that number, okay? It's 303-347-9447. Anything else, DJ?
Appreciate your help, Tom.
DJ, why all of a sudden, at your old fart age of nearly 70, I'm 72, so why did you decide to take up the trumpet? That's a hard instrument.
Why? Because one of the reasons was 25 years ago I was working with a man, and after he helped me on a job that was very difficult, and every night we were camping out for the job, and he would take his trumpet out and play it.
I got to a point where I could do a couple songs and read the notes, but God, when I tell you 20 years, I'll bet you seriously 20 years since I played it. And in any case, my trumpet, I asked people to guess the name. It is a Stradivarius, but when I look online, it always says Bach/Stradivarius, and I'm not sure if Bach took over Stradivarius or if it was always Stradivarius. And yes, it was the same music company that made the violins, Stradivarius. But I wish you the best, DJ. The Queen City Band, Queen City Jazz Band, they're a bunch of old farts too. They would love to hear from you. Who knows, maybe one of those guys teaches. But in any case, all kidding aside, the Colorado Music Institute, they're good people, okay? So go to the website even. It's coloradomusicinstitute.com. Okay. Now, whatever's on your mind, let's talk. I got Nick Gravina with me from Gravina's Window Siding and Doors, and I have some questions on windows I want to get to. Somebody wants to know, do they make carbon fiber windows The guy wants to know because he lives near a golf course. He wants something that won't crack. I would think most composite windows won't crack. What do you say?
I have not heard of a carbon fiber window.
They would
yet.
be hella big. They would be really expensive.
That's what I'd imagine. One of our composites is primary fiberglass, and it's not full fiberglass, and they put some polymers in there. But they do strike tests on their website, and it holds up to hammer test better than regular fiberglass and other composites and vinyl. So it's probably one of the strongest frames on the market.
Holes paint the best.
As far as like on what
finish, just finish on a window, so you don't have to have a lot of maintenance.
I mean, the aluminum clads probably have the best paint finish on the exterior.
Okay. Somebody says, Tom, you had a guy on that was justifying his brand of replacement window and how he did it, and you were upset with how it was done because it was letting a lot of drafts in. Do you recall? I'm trying to look for the call. But anyway, do you recall that call? The window company said, what did he call it? A drop-in replacement or something like different than
a true retrofit.
Yeah. Whatever it was letting drafts through, and he justified it saying that it was too thin to put foam in there. And I don't even know what he meant, but some guy remembered that and wants to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake. So if you go to get a replacement window, am I right in assuming there are different levels of replacement? Or are they all one? Or is this something the guy made up? Just tell me.
I mean, I think it's discretionary,
What's discretionary? What you call it?
Well, no. Well, he called some terms different than what I would call a term. So again,
So I guess what he was saying is the windows that he installed for this guy saved the guy some money, like three or $4,000 or something.
Yeah.
And he said because it didn't have fins on it. So explain that, because windows are a big investment, people, and I don't want you making the wrong investment. I'm serious. If you're I would say go with the fins, right? If you can picture this, the frame, right? Then the fins come out from the frame and they're nailed or screwed on to the house, right?
Correct.
And the fins go on the outside, right?
Correct.
And then the siding and sheathing goes over that.
The fins go on the sheathing.
Yeah. Yeah. But what it does is it makes it impenetrable. You can't get through it with moisture or anything. I mean, it's really draft resistant, right?
Yeah. I mean, if the caulking breaks on the exterior, it can't go through that fin at that point.
Now, do you foam behind the fins before you drop that window in?
Yeah, we try. Yes, it's
okay,
but we absolutely do.
So if we're going to educate people on replacement, you have the rough opening, and then you have the foam around the opening, right?
Well, that goes in after the window.
Right. You put the window in, then you foam around it.
Right.
And then you nail in the fins.
Yep.
And then you caulk.
Well, so we backbead the fins first.
What does that mean?
We back caulk it. So we run caulking. And
the fins themselves are not just screwed in or nailed in. They're also caulked to the surface.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
And then we put the flexible flashing tape over the fin.
Okay.
And then it's usually new boards. And then there's caulking to that. And then there's the insulation on the inside and the caulking on the inside.
Okay, so nothing gets through those windows.
It's pretty bulletproof.
But when this guy said he didn't have room to caulk, I said, what the heck is he doing?
He had room to caulk. He said he
didn't have room to
insulate.
To insulate. What do you do in a case like that with really tight fits? I mean, aren't all your fits tight?
I mean, I think there's the occasion where they're tight, and yes, he may.
But doesn't that foam go in like almost a liquid and then expands?
Yeah, we have a different method too. We have that and another one that's not a spray foam.
What is it? You stuff it in?
Yeah, well, kind of. It's got a sticky back that we can apply to it and then pull the window in through to it. So we have two different ways to do it. I've never heard a company say,
there was no room to
insulate. I mean, it's possible. I think it's BS.
Okay.
So I would be very upset with
somebody should expect full insulation around the frame.
Yeah.
And then caulking.
Yes.
And nailing or screwing when it comes to the fins. It doesn't matter or what?
So we use a low profile screw when we're doing nail fins. We don't really use any nails in windows anymore.
Okay.
So if we do a retrofit without a fin, we screw through the side jambs. If we do the fin, we have these low profile screws that are zinc. So they're kind of galvanized. and that goes through the fin as well. But yeah,
okay. Any particular siding this guy should pair with his, he wants to know because he's doing new windows and he said it's about time to redo his siding. So he wants to know, and I don't know what he means. Is there any particular siding that plays well with windows?
All of them do. You know, I mean, there's,
as long as they're put on at the same time, right?
Windows should go in first, in my opinion, then siding.
Okay.
I think it transitions better than doing siding.
But you can basically make any siding fit up to a window, and there's not one that does better than another?
I don't really think so. There may be some weird siding out there that's like a panel that may have to be installed some way, but most, you know, residential sidings will go right up to a window. No issue.
Now, do you cut around that window frame, or do you have a frame or a trim piece that goes around the window?
Depending on the material you use, a little bit of both. There's 1x4
to hide the edges and stuff.
Yeah, and there's J channels. Again, it just depends on what siding you actually like. Yeah.
Okay, and all of this is part of the one price. I mean, when you give a price, you don't give a price and then say, "Oh, and by the way." You know the "oh, and by the way" prices? What are that? A lot of companies do that, and I don't like it.
Well, there are scenarios where that is true, though.
Okay, give me an "oh, by the way" scenario.
So I was just on one last week.
Okay.
The guy's selling his house. He wants to, the siding's not in good shape. Didn't want to really go all out. He's not living there, right?
Okay.
But he wanted to make it nice. So we were talking vinyl siding.
Yeah.
Next to his windows, he has a 1x4 trim around it, right?
Okay.
So I can remove that 1x4 and I can run vinyl straight to the window.
Okay.
And that's one price. We could leave the 1x4 and customize it with aluminum wraps and then run the siding to that. That is an additional price because we are wrapping around.
But they know that up front, right?
Well, again, yeah, we educate them on that.
All right. Now, as you guys know, I got my trumpet here. So Shannon, may I take us out to break right now? If I tell people, yeah, all right, let's do it. I'm gonna take him out. You're not believing it, are you? Oh, it's not Shannon, by the way. I'm sorry.
Need a sitter? Fast?
No, I totally believe it.
Easy to find qualified local sitters right when you need them. Tell us about your family. Browse caregiver profiles and connect today, whether it's last-minute plans, work travel, or just a well-deserved night out. There's a sitter ready to step in. From high-energy playtime to bedtime stories and lights out, Sitter City helps you find your family's perfect match. Don't wait. Get the extra help your family needs now. Visit sittercity.com and find your perfect sitter today.
Hey, if you want the best in auto service, you want an auto service that has the best characteristics. What are they? Well, man, I can tell you because Sheridan has them all. We're talking about value first, longevity, honesty, experience, knowledge, and convenience. They're on Colfax west of Wadsworth. Maintenance and repairs, major or minor, and electrical issues too. Give them a call, 303-455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. Right now.
So yeah, it's just a conversation.
Yeah, box shot of areas.
Works really well. Saying I'll switch their
It makes it a little bit more complicated on Tom's end when they're tracking the call. So in a month when she calls back, she may not remember the fake name. So she'll say, or she'll make up a new name or something. So it gets harder the longer it takes, the longer the problem takes.
Kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens, but also ever since we started kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen. How's it done, Todd? Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and door front and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a quarter-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer.
People say, what? Trumpet there. That's true. We put it away.
I think all of us can look at something at one point.
I know it. I didn't follow through. I wanted.
Did you watch Invincible?
Yes. That was a good episode. That makes up for the damn Hell episode.
Oh, I know. Oh, that damn Hell episode. Oh.
Though my wife was a big fan of the Lava Queen or whatever the hell her name was.
Yeah.
She's an awesome looking character and everything. But
that was so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I loved it.
When they first started flying towards
my trumpet sounded good, didn't it?
They're gonna crush the skull and piss him off.
I was so confused.
I sounded Really good.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome. Oliver's such a dumbass, dude.
Well, he's like 6 months old. Give him a break.
God, I forget he's like a literal infant.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, I got to give you the $100,000 question. I mentioned it, and I never talked about it again. I got to come up with it, okay?
God.
$100,000 problem.
Because there was a TV in the back. I thought they were talking, so I turned it all the way up. And
You know, I've come up with a weird habit, brother. I nap and stay up till 2 in the morning because I do sleep in 2 lifts. I do one from 2 in the morning to about 6, and I do one in the afternoon. I just absolutely have found, I don't know why, but my body just wants to. When I try to sleep 6 or 7 hours one time, I can't do it. You know, okay, a nap can be...
I thought the Mark versus Anissa fight again would be
as
a lot
much
more
as 3 hours.
interesting. They didn't
Never
say
more
any
than
words
3.
to each other.
If I get 3 hours, I usually
Mark
go to
and
bed at 2 in the
Anissa,
morning.
they fought again, but there's just no words.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just, it's a natural rhythm for me. It's not even like I'm forcing it.
What do you do late at night?
Oh, I do a program, you know, my computer shit, and my
you haven't read the comics,
financial
right?
stuff.
I've
for my
I remember
firm.
some things, but
I can think and I can look at
something between them.
Yeah, something between them happens. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I get it. My dad and I think right now he's in LA and he's getting
People freak out when I text them really late because I don't expect them to
boys
text
too,
me
or
back
no?
or
I
to
did get
even,
boys.
you know,
You did too?
Yeah.
not to do anything.
My wife worked from home yesterday. She's like 6 o'clock. She's like, I'm
Yeah.
done. Let's watch. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. They're beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, poor Ryan. It's like Invincible season 1.
Yeah.
What's 17 more
Right.
years?
Yeah.
I can always start again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a god. I'm never gonna die.
I know.
Okay. The angel told me.
God, the bath, the milk bath. God.
And then he stands up.
Stands
too.
up.
That's great.
He was great.
Yep.
Hey, Axe, did you get any chicken?
No, I did not.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Christina, welcome to the show. What's going on in your life, Christina? Christina?
Yes, hello. Hang on. I'm going to go into another room.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
What's
hello.
going on?
No, you're fine. I am a senior, and I own my own home, and I'm really worried about my taxes. And I pay bills and everything, and I worked out with Rent-A-Center, and I bought a washer and a dryer from them. I mean, a washer and a stove. And then my husband went and got out 2 sofas, and now they said, no, you got to pay the sofas, or we'll take away the washer and the dryer. And I told him, well, this is bullshit. I'm sorry, I swear. And I told him, no, this is bullshit.
Christina, are you there? Did she get disconnected? Yeah, Christina, I got a couple basic questions.
She can't say BS.
She can't. Oh, is that what she did? And we. Oh,
Twice.
Okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't hear it. She was breaking.
I got no more dump.
She was breaking up, so we'll take her back in a few minutes here. You can't say BS, by the way. And so when we build up the delay, we will get you back. But she was saying something about Rent-A-Center, that she bought her stuff at Rent-A-Center, I believe. Was that what you heard?
Yeah, it was like a washer and a stove.
And then she had a sofa and a chair. Hey, until that bill's back up again, our number, by the way, if you do want to get through with any problem, is 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. I talked about this problem I'm having, and if anyone, I promise, if you give me information that leads to a solution, it's not $100,000, it's $100 reward. But it can't be just contact customer support. Okay, here's what it is. It's the weirdest thing that has ever happened, and Google can't figure it out. Now, listen carefully. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's two ways to get Gmail. You can have tom@gmail.com if you wanted to, right? Or whatever your name is, harry@gmail.com. Or you can have a domain where you own the domain, and it's then tom@troubleshooter.com, because I own troubleshooter.com. I also own martinocapital.com. So you can do tom@martinocapital.com. So this is easy to understand, right? Well, years ago, I set up a Google account with a domain called leftoutband.com. Now, Left Out is the name of my son's band, and I did it as a favor to them. And I told them, this is your baby, you keep track of it. So it's called leftoutband.com. And it had a Gmail workspace account. You know what that is. You go to Gmail, you log in. But instead of logging in as a Gmail, you log in as your domain. So it would be whatever at leftoutband.com. Maybe it would be admin@leftoutband.com. Maybe it was tom@leftoutband.com. I don't know what it was, because if I knew it, I could go there and put it in, and then it would say password, and I would simply say I forgot the password, and it would send me a password reset to my backup account. And my backup account is Tom Martino, right? It's a troubleshooter. But here's the problem. I don't remember the email I used, and I don't remember the password. Admin is not the word. My son's name is not. My name is not. I've tried every name under the sun, and it says can't find username. And there is no option to click you forgot both username and password. No option. So I get a notice. I didn't give a damn. All right. I get a notice, though, the other day that it's being auto-renewed, and it's costing me like $60 or something, and it's being auto-renewed. It was a year. The year's up, and it's being auto-renewed. Apparently, this is the second year that it auto-renewed. I didn't even know about the first one. So I don't want it to auto-renew. I want to cancel it. So I contacted Google, and Google says in order to cancel it, you have to log on and cancel it. And I said, I can't log on because I don't have a username or password. So they send me to a link that says, follow these instructions when you lose access. And when you follow the instructions, every single one of them asks for a username. I can't do it. So then it sends me back to recover. And no matter what, I don't want to go into each painful detail. Every single time they give me a recovery link, they ask for my username or my email. Since I don't know my username or my email, I can't hit lost password. I can't. But I'm being billed. I'm being billed for a domain I can't access. So I wrote to them saying, I can't access this domain. Please help me. They send me that link again. And that link is to that space where it says, enter, the last known email or something, or the last known username. I can't. Every single one I've tried, they say they can't find it. Anyway, that's where I am. I cannot log in, yet I'm being billed. And the worst part is I don't even know what credit card it's on, or I'd cancel the credit card. So right now, Google has me held hostage. And I got so far actually as to say, I can't get the domain. I can't get to it. So here's what they said. If you prove you own the domain, in essence, we can help you. So here's what they told me to do. Go to GoDaddy or your registrar and put in a DNS record. Now, no one can enter a DNS, domain name server, a DNS record, unless you own it. And they told me what to put in the record. And I put something Google in that record. They even wrote back to me saying, confirmed, we got your DNS record, whatever. And guess what they did? They sent me to the same link again that requires a username. So my question is very simple. What happens when you don't know the credentials you used to secure that domain on a Google workspace? What happens? There is absolutely no way to recover, and there's no way to cancel your payment, and there's no way to do business at all. I asked for a phone call. I can't get a phone call. I just want to explain it to somebody. They keep giving me the same old link that wants a username or password. And then you can hit forget, you forgot your password. But I can't get past that because no matter what name I use, it says unknown. I would have thought I used admin or info at or my first name or my son's first name. None of those work. You know that little message that comes up, cannot find username or cannot find account or whatever. Anyway, if anyone is a Google genius, and please don't say, contact customer support or go to admin, lost domain. I've done all of them. Okay. I need someone who specifically has experienced this, specifically, not someone who says do this and do that. But if you've ever had this issue where you lost your username and password and cannot get control, how did you finally get control? I would let it go if they weren't charging me. The problem is they're charging me. Anyway, Christina's back. And she has a back tax issue. Christina, explain your situation, yes. And you can only use nice words. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I have a problem that I own my own home.
Yes.
My taxes are back due. I'm trying to get caught up with all my extra bills that I have. But the most important is that my taxes are due at this end of this month.
Okay.
I am a senior, and it's just my husband and me and my 3 dogs.
Okay.
I got behind. I've been trying to get someone to help me and pay my taxes so I won't be out in the street.
Christina, how many years behind are you now if you look at your oldest tax bill?
They said that I owe 2025.
No, I'm not asking. Oh, okay. 2025. Okay, hold on. I got to take this break. I'm sorry, but we ran long. And then I have some ideas on how you can make this up, but you're going to have some money to do it, or at least a credit card. Hang on. I got more right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Because now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape. Highways, anyway. Pena's running just a little slow coming out of the airport, and there's a crash on 40th Avenue. It's just west of Pena. There's a bit of a delay in that area. 270 continues to run a little heavy at times coming through Commerce City, and I-25 in and out of downtown. No major delays here, but if you're heading into the foothills, we have had some rock scaling. Right now, I-70 is open, but there's a semi stalled in the center lane westbound at Morrison.
Well, I
They're
asked
just
him. He
going to hook that up with a large tow pulled in there a few minutes ago, but it backed up just a little ways with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop SummitRacing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 3rd, 2026.
Hey, if you go to fixmyhome.com, you'll find the website for Fix It 24/7. They have an extraordinary service for $39 for new customers to introduce you to how thorough they are. So for $39, they will do a complete refurbishment of your AC. They take it apart. They spread out all the parts. They clean every nook and cranny, and they adjust and tune it with a no breakdown guarantee. 720-526-3939. You won't believe the extent to which they clean this furnace. It's like getting a refurbishment. 720-526-3939. And I should say they also do it for AC. Of course, you can do either or both. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now. Yep. I tell you, man, I can't get this fucking domain. I can't get it.
And it won't send anything to your backup account, though, either?
No, it will not. It actually won't. What it sends to my backup account is the recovery link.
The same link.
And the same link requires that I put in an email or a username for that account.
Should be able to recover it with your recovery. Yeah, that's just...
And if I sign in under mine, Troubleshooter, then it brings me to Troubleshooter, and I don't need a recovery for that.
Right.
The one I need a recovery for is the one I can't get. Here's my problem. I'm being billed on that domain. When we set it up, we put a credit card on there. But it was a virtual card, and I can't find it. I can't even find it. No, I would stop payment, and then I'd be done. Fuck them. They can have the Gmail account. But I can't find the billing. So I would just stop payment on the billing. I would stop the credit card. But if there's a virtual card, see, here's why. I let him keep track of all of it. I normally keep track of all my virtual cards, my emails, my recovery emails, my passwords, everything. On this particular one, because it was his band, he wanted to do it all. And I left it to him, and I didn't do a backup. And because of that, I'm fucked up.
Yeah. Did he ever log into it and use it?
No. They don't. That's the problem. They don't log in. They never log in. I set it up for them 2 years ago, maybe, and they were going to use it.
Did they use it once? Did they send one email out of it?
They're just getting around to wanting to, and that's where all this trouble started.
So if they sent one email, if they would have known, like, hey, I sent one to...
If they sent one to me, I could go in and just do the autofill.
Right.
Yeah, I know. No, I looked for it. I looked for it in mine.
And you should have gotten maybe a welcome to... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but they didn't keep it. See, I keep everything. They didn't keep anything. That's the problem.
You deleted it all?
So I don't know where it's being paid from. And I don't know. Okay. Talib, says he knows what's wrong, but I hope. I cannot get into that domain for anything. And I even proved, they even said, okay, thank you for the DNS record. They acknowledge I own it.
And they still won't help.
Nope. No, the last email I got, it was so frustrating because I could tell they're sending me back to the same old group. I mean, the same old, let's see, where is it here? It's...
I'm sure it's the same stuff.
Yeah, oh, it is. It is.
A local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's move first.
It's the thing with how much fraud and everything's in the world and hacking and all that stuff that when it happens for real, it makes it...
Oh, here's Google Workspace report. Okay. Thank you for reaching out and for your patience. I hear your frustration. I want to clarify exactly how you can log in now that the recovery process has moved forward. Because the account was recently renamed, you will not be able to log in using your old forgotten credentials. Okay?
Who changed the name?
Please follow these steps. Check your inbox. A formal notification. Okay, here's the problem.
I can't get into it.
That's right. They sent it to that email. They didn't send it to my recovery email.
Can you tell them to send it to
Retirement money safe at mymoneymyway.com.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, I think that as far as the taxes go, Christina, there is a way to defer taxes, but if you haven't paid for 25 and you didn't pay for 26, you're going to have what's called a tax sale in about 3 years. So 25, 26, and at the end of 27, someone is going to be able to do a treasury's deed and own your property. Okay? That's the end of 27. You get, I believe you have to buy 3 years of taxes, or you have to have a 3-year-old lien, and then you have to foreclose on it. So, Christina, at the end of 27, someone is going to claim. So all you have to do, the county has a record of all the tax certificates. All you have to do is buy out the one that paid your taxes, and there will be some interest on there that's calculated, and then you won't lose your property. If you can't afford to buy it out, well, that's going to be a really tough problem. Are you saying you have no money at all to buy it?
No, I have no money whatsoever.
How are you making mortgage payments, or do you have, or is it paid for?
My house is paid in full.
Okay.
My house is paid.
Okay. How old are you?
I will be 70 in June.
Okay. You need to get a reverse loan. That's the only hope.
I tried that, and they said no.
No, then you didn't talk.
They said no.
You didn't talk to the right people.
I talked to the county, and they said that I can pay.
Christina.
They give me.
Christina, if you want to listen to me, I can help you. If you don't listen, I can't help you. I'm going to give you the name of someone, and they can do a reverse loan for you. Okay? And if you get a reverse loan, if you have your house paid for goodness sakes, it would be no problem at all to get enough to pay your property taxes for the rest of your life. How old are you exactly?
69.
69. Okay. And how much is your house worth?
I have no idea. I went to a bank, and they told me, but I tore up the paper.
They told you what?
I tore up my paper.
What is that?
I went to a bank and I went to a paper.
Okay. So, Christina, you own the house, right? You own the house, right?
Yes.
You're on the deed. Yeah. Is that right? You're on the deed?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a copy of it?
I'm not with me. I have it with a friend, and he's in the hospital.
Okay.
At this moment.
You don't need a copy. You can get it from the county directly, and John can help you. Okay.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
Axe, would you put her on hold, please? There's too much background noise. Just put her on hold. Christina, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to send you the contact you should call, John Clace. And in fact, if we have time, get John on. Axe. Maybe he'll come on for a minute or so. But if you're near 70 and you have equity, which you do, this is exactly what a reverse loan is for, to get you out of trouble. Well, it's for a lot of things, but this is definitely one of the things. And what they would probably do at closing is write a check to pay off your back taxes. And then from here on out, you will use your reverse line to pay for your additional taxes. You can even pay for any deferred maintenance that you have. Just make sure you don't get ripped off by someone, because once people find out you have a reverse loan, there's a whole different world of ripoffs. They know now that you're sitting on a line of credit, and they're going to swoop in. So don't let that happen. And John will explain that to you. In fact, John is on right now. John, this woman is near 70. She owns her home outright, and she's got some tax certificates that will be maturing in 2027. Have you had situations like this, John, where people simply need a reverse loan to pay property taxes?
Oh, sure. We do them. We've done them quite a bit. If with the reverses, if you're delinquent on your property taxes, she'll probably be okay. But what they do is they do what they call a loan set aside.
Yeah.
Because they want to make sure your property taxes stay current for the next X amount of years.
Right. Well,
So
that's okay. That's all she wants it for.
Yeah.
That's all she wants it for. She'd be happy to do that. Right, Christina? Christina is there. But anyway, we're having a tough time connecting with her. So what we'll do is we'll give her your number. You can have her number. Thanks for coming on, John. John, really, will they hold it against her that her taxes were not paid?
Well, yes, but the thing they hold against you is if they were paid, she wouldn't have to do the loan set aside. Since she hasn't paid them, they're going to escrow basically monies is what they're going to do.
So that's the only difference. The only difference is if you owe taxes, they're going to do a set aside.
Yep. And the set aside's a long set aside, so it's usually it sounds like she has the equity to do that, so it works perfect.
No, I think she will.
There.
The house is paid for, so I think she'll have enough. Christina, we're going to give you John's information, partnerinlending.com. Axe, make sure she gets that information and then give it to John too. Partnerinlending.com. We have more coming up. I want to tell you, speaking of real estate, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com will do a free evaluation of your home to tell you what it will sell for in this market. It's free, it's detailed, and there is no obligation to list. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Now, impact traffic.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area. There is a stalled vehicle blocking the center lane on westbound I-70 just west of Morrison Road. An accident on westbound Hamden at Happy Canyon Road with stop-and-go traffic from I-25. A crash on eastbound 40th at Lewiston. And rock scaling operations are now underway in both directions of I-70 between Veterans Memorial Tunnels and Central City Parkway. I'm Vita Urbonis with traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. During Lowe's Deck Days, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Shop the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You want the best prices in plumbing. Europlumbing, Colorado.com. They say, give us a call. You need to repipe your whole house with PEX, the forever plumbing that's freeze resistant. They can do it, including drywall, and they do it better and cheaper than anyone. And water heaters starting at $14.99, not to mention any kind of plumbing job, including garbage disposal, sump pumps, or whatever you need. Europlumbingcolorado.com. 720-500-3000. 720-500-3000.
worried about.
Yeah, we're all gonna end up like Tom.
Whatever the hell that means. Jeez. So.
DRHI.com or 800-362-8337. 800-362-8337.
It's Henry with Excel Roofing, your local home service company for 33 years. Call now for our $99 gutter cleaning special. Restrictions apply. 761-6400. Get an honest roof assessment before you call your insurance. At Excel, you don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400.
You want one of these too?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Sure. I appreciate the offer.
Team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have. Then you could be lower testosterone? What do you mean? I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone and then lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2. That's the testosterone booster, right? Yes, but
Why wouldn't, if Google knows that I own the domain, right? And they know my recovery email. Why wouldn't they send me something in my recovery email? I mean, why wouldn't they just send me something?
Hyper fixated on that one thing, and it's always there. That's his whole world right now.
I think that's why it's the $100 question. Yeah, it's a very frustrating thing when they do that. I've had that happen too.
Block this email, and
I got an email hacked way back 20 years ago, and the hacker even replied like,
"It seems illegal and annoying."
With over 50 lines of windows, beautiful entry doors, and multiple brands of siding, and truly the foundation and heritage every company wants. If you're in the market for windows, doors, or siding, check out Gravenus.com. That's Gravenus.com.
Hand watering tree, shrubs, and flowers is allowed in most areas, so don't miss the Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale going on now. 6-foot-tall fruit trees now only $139.99, including apple, cherry, pear, and plum. Ready-to-bloom lilac shrubs now only $67.46 each. Choose from purple, pink, and white. The early spring tree and shrub sale is going on now at the Tree Farm.
Take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm. Maybe you've thought about being a landlord, but you found real estate too expensive around here. There is a way to make it pay, the Vestera way. That's Vestera Turnkey. Find out more at mybiggestreturn.com. That's mybiggestreturn.com.
Voters are listening to the radio. Tons of them. If you're running for office, radio is where people are actually tuned in, not swiping past ads. Connect with communities everywhere and get on the air in just 48 hours. Visit winwithiheart.com. That's winwithiheart.com.
It's not just a radio app. It's what's happening right now. On the iHeartRadio app, you're not just listening. You're in it. You better believe it.
When we do our initial phone call, can that be private? What are you talking about?
Live moments.
New development.
Real voices.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest.
Amazing prizes. Plus, talk to your favorite host using the talkback mic.
I have loved always hearing you guys.
This is where culture comes alive.
I listen everywhere on the app.
This isn't
Download the
court, buddy.
iHeartRadio app today.
He wants us to call him before he comes on air, and he wants us to personally view all of the files for his case.
Yep. We'll call you before you go on air, because that's kind of how that works.
Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's on your mind today? How can we help you? Well, guess what? We're going to set that woman up with a reverse loan. And I want to tell everyone, when you have a tax certificate that is purchased on your home, they can never get your home unless you ignore all notices and you don't pay them back. So when someone buys a tax certificate on your home, they don't have to buy every year. They just have to have one that is 3 years old. Once it seasons 3 years. Now, there might be someone who bought after you bought, but yours will get to 3 years before theirs will. So when it gets to 3 years old, you can then put in for a treasury's deed. And once again, the person who owns the property will be notified. They'll be told you have to make up the tax certificate. And the tax certificate gathers interest. No penalties, just interest. And if you don't get it, if you don't retrieve it, you're screwed. Because then that person, once they get a treasury's deed, they own the property. And I want you to listen to me carefully. There's no going back. There is no going back claiming, well, I didn't know. Okay. And there, a lot of people buy these certificates. Now, a lot of people buy them the wrong way. They're called tax lien certificates. Basically, what you're doing is you're paying off that particular year's property tax burden for that property for that year. So you get a certificate showing that you own 2025 taxes. You own it. So if you paid, let's say, $4,000 for it, okay, and whatever, you now get paid back the money you spent plus interest. But here's what people do. When you go to buy a tax certificate, there might be more than one person who wants to buy it as well. So you do competitive bidding. And that's where you can lose money. Because if you pay a premium to get that certificate, you may not make enough in interest to make up that premium, because you don't get interest on the premium. You only get interest on the amount of taxes due. So when you buy it for more than the taxes due, beware, because you may not recover all of it. We got more coming up. If you have any questions, 303-713-TALK.
Hennion and Walsh was made.
Did that make sense to you at all? I mean, the premium part?
Yeah, you're good. I'll go for it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand that.
Have you ever purchased them?
No. My dad was for a while, I think.
It's almost what's good about it is you get paid 100%. You get paid. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
And if they completely default, it's the property is yours.
Yeah. There's no way to get screwed on that deal unless you pay too much for it. If you paid a premium way above the interest you're going to collect, well, then that's stupid, because then you're just
going to... If you had a little bit of a loss, but with the gamble of maybe getting a property that's worth the amount it is, I mean, it's
well, no, you don't want even a little bit of... You want no loss. For example, if $3,000 worth of taxes owed and you bought it for $3,000, but somebody else wanted it, so now you have to pay what's called a premium. Right. So you say $3,000 plus, no, it would be plus $20 or $30 or $50 or $100. Once you start getting into a few $100 to get that certificate, you have to hope the person doesn't redeem that until you make back the $3,000. For sure you'll make $3,000, but on top of that, the premium you paid.
Right.
Because the premium you paid will be
more than?
Yeah.
We have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond.
We got a little bit longer
that
break.
they will not have nuclear weapons. Let's be
Iranian officials, meantime, criticizing the U.S. over its blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. military announcing it will now target Iranian oil tankers globally. In Minnesota, Hennepin County's prosecutor announced felony assault charges against an ICE agent involved in a confrontation in February on a highway. Authorities claim the ICE agent pointed a gun at people in the car. Homeland Security has not commented on the allegations and arrest warrant. And volatile storms continue to target parts of the Midwest and Plains today. This is ABC News. Tariffs are leading to supply chain issues, including paper grocery store bags now being made without support handles.
In Northern California, grocery store shoppers are angry. Their bags are ripping and now have no handles. The owner of Safeway stores says global supply chain issues are impacting grocery bag supplies. The replacement bags tear more easily and they don't have handles on them.
As soon as I noticed that they didn't have handles, I was like, wow, what's up with that? I was supposed to hold it without the handle.
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a quick moment.
Indonesia revoking lumber permits and California's ban on plastic grocery bags. For now, shoppers are left holding easier to rip bags without handles. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Actor Val Kilmer passed away last year, but a team of directors say with the blessing of his family and his likeness and voice appear in a new film called As Deep as the Grave. A new trailer is out. It comes as the debate over the growing technology heats up in Hollywood. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
You pledged your life to serve, to make our country stronger, safer, more free, more equal. You worked tirelessly, made sacrifices, missed first steps and birthdays, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the setbacks endured. We see lessons applied and passion driving you upward.
To find out what you brought up Rent Center. What would Rent Center have anything to do with it?
I don't. That's the part I don't know.
What's up? I'm gonna guess that's one of the Keanos.
Oh, sweet. That was my job. Easy.
Yeah. You just have to get Mark as it gets closer.
Oh, is it for Mark?
Yeah, it's become the banker.
Okay. Hey, is this you, Jordan, or Joe? Perfect. Hey, Joe. And then you're doing this with Mark, and then what do you guys want to talk about today? The Highland Ranch one? Perfect. Awesome. I'll put that in the notes. Awesome. Hang tight, Joe. Thank you. I like the way Mark does his commercials. Joe Keanu. Or
yeah.
Like Gravina.
Yep.
The Colorado State Patrol is releasing more details about Tuesday's crash on I-70 near the Loveland Ski area, saying about 40 trailers, cars, and trucks had to be towed. Police say drivers weren't prepared for the ice and were driving too fast. 8 people were taken to a local hospital. Only one person is dealing with serious injuries. Drivers with no injuries took shuttle buses from Loveland Basin and the roundabout bus in Clear Creek to the Loveland Ski Basin Lodge. No one involved in a massive pileup has received a ticket. Lastly, the Colorado Avalanche wrap up their regular season tonight at home against Seattle. With the latest, I'm Sam Speck.
Now, impact traffic.
We're seeing some slowing on northbound I-25 between Santa Fe and Spear, and on southbound I-25 around downtown Denver. There is an accident on westbound Hamden at Happy Canyon Road with stop-and-go traffic from I-25, and a crash on eastbound 40th at Lewiston. That rock scaling operation has just cleared on I-70 between Veterans Memorial Tunnels and Central City Parkway, but swollen remains. I'm Better Bonus with traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
When it comes to selecting a real estate broker, accept no excuses.
That's too long. They'll just know if I put Baby Boomer movie for Mark, because he's talked about it.
Yeah, but I doubt even Mark's going to be looking at the screen.
Oh, he's not. You're right.
Yeah.
I forgot.
I mean, he may log in to see what it is, but
I'll just tell him on the phone.
Exactly. Yeah. So I wouldn't even worry about it.
April is all about getting dialed in at Triple J Armory in Littleton. Right now, that's
And that's at 15, right?
Home defense kits,
Correct.
range starter packs, and deals on 9mm.
Whenever Tom decides to take that break.
Got a tax refund? Don't waste it. Upgrade your setup with premium firearms, optics, and suppressors. And we'll hook you up with bonus gift cards. And coming up soon, bring a buddy week, free guest passes, and BOGO lanes. Because the range is always better with a friend. Triple J Armory in Littleton. Get in, gear up, and hit the range today.
EuroPlumbingColorado.com has the lowest prices guaranteed.
Ingrid Structures, your post-frame experts. Visit IngridStructures.com. That's GingerICHStructures.com.
What's happening?
You do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. President Trump launched Iran to make a deal, launching Operation Economic Fury.
Today's news.
Democrats view
Eric Swalwell is on.
Justin Fairfax killed his white hook himself.
It's the Dan Caplis Show.
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Thursday at 4. Can one of our three GOP candidates for governor win that race? If so, which one? And what is the path to victory, Jim?
4. Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by Martino Capital, where we babysit your money directly. It's direct portfolio management. And you know, for people that stayed put, the stock market closed at an all-time high. It's the people who panic and run for cover are the ones that get into trouble. But over the years, there has been steady increase in the stock market if people simply don't try to out-trick it. If you'd like to know more and have a free review of all of your finances, give us a call at 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or martinocapital.com. Nick Gravine is with us today in the studio, and we're talking about window siding doors and all kinds of stuff. We also had a discussion about Google and the frustrations with dealing with Google, and people have texted me about it, but they're not getting fully the import here. The people who've texted me assume that when I log in with my recovery email to my Google account, I can somehow access another workspace. You cannot. If I happen to try to go to Google admin, it will only be Google admin for the one I'm signed into. So if I have the troubleshooter.com profile, it will show me the admin for that profile. You can't jump profiles. You can't say, "Oh no, I'm in here for another account." So if I go to martinocapital.com and I sign into that email, I can't go to Google admin and get that other account. You have to sign in to the account that is managed. So Google continually bills me on a domain that I own. I can prove I own it. In fact, I did prove it to Google support. They asked me to go in and make a DNS record for leftoutband.com. That's my son's account. Now, when I created it, I let my son and his friends do the username and password and take care of all of that. Now they don't know what it is, and I can't gain access. All I know is I'm being billed. I don't even know where I'm being billed because it's a virtual card that I can't find. But every month I'm being billed. So when I go to Google, they send me the same link every single time with a different message saying, "Oh, we sense your frustration. Hit this recovery option." So you hit it. And the very first thing they ask for is a username or email, the last one you used. And I put everything in there I can think of, everything. And it says, cannot find the account, cannot find the account, cannot find the account. So there's no way to reset the password. And I'm in this continuous loop. I swear to you that Google doesn't understand. In order to quit the domain, you have to get access to the domain. And I can't get access to the domain because I don't know the credentials for the domain. Now, if anyone has ever encountered that, let me know. I can control the domain itself through GoDaddy. I can put up a website. I can do all of that. But I cannot get into the Google workspace, and I am being billed each and every month for emails we cannot access. Boy, you want to talk about frustration. That's frustration. 303-713-8255. Now, we talked about reverse loans, and someone wanted to know if a reverse loan, if you need good credit. Okay, because they said, wouldn't this woman have bad credit because she wasn't paying her property taxes? Technically, yes, but they will do a set aside for those bills and make sure they're paid off. They also want to know that you have enough to pay for taxes and insurance. So if you have enough equity, the answer is yes. So you don't need conventional credit like you would for another kind of loan. All right. Now, on tax certificates, someone said, what are you talking about when you talk about buying tax certificates? Because this woman had someone buy tax certificates on her property. And she said she's afraid she's going to lose her house. Well, that's true. And I'm going to tell you how it works, okay? If someone buys a tax certificate on your house, really what they're doing is paying your tax, okay? They call it buying a tax certificate. But what you're really doing is you're loaning money to the homeowner to pay their tax. That's what you're doing. So let's say I'm going to use fictitious numbers here. Let's say the taxes are $1,000. So you go and theoretically you would pay $1,000 to the county, get the tax certificate. When that tax certificate turns 3 years old, you can apply for a treasury deed. You will get a deed, a treasurer's deed. You will get a deed for that property, and it'll be a real deed. You will own that property. But leading up to that 3-year period, if the owner of the property comes through with the taxes and guaranteed interest, then you must relinquish the certificate. And right now, I believe the formula in Colorado is about 9%. So think about this. If you buy a tax certificate right now, you can make, in fact, they say some of them are showing 14%. Whatever it is, you're going to make really good interest, better than any certificate of deposit. And it's an absolute guarantee. Okay, either you end up with the property or you end up with your rate of return. So why do some people lose money with a tax certificate? Well, here's why. If you have a hot property and there are several people who want to buy that tax certificate, let's go back to my scenario. I want to buy that tax certificate for $1,000. But so do 3 or 4 or 5 other people. They all want to buy it. They figure, hey, what the hell? I'll make $1,000 plus 10%. I'm going to do it. Here's where you get into trouble. When the county has more than one buyer, they charge a premium. So let's say the premium on that $1,000 might be $10. And so you put up $1,010. And then the guy down the street, he wants to buy it. He puts up $1,020. And then someone else says, you know what? I want $1,030. Where the trouble comes in is in the interest calculation. You're only paid interest on the principal. You're not paid interest on the premium you paid. So if theoretically you pay more premium than you collect in interest, you could theoretically end up losing money. Now, again, I use fictitious numbers just as an example, but there are plenty of times people buy a tax certificate and pay several $100s in a premium, but it doesn't season long enough to pay for itself. So people end up having to give up that tax certificate because the owner doesn't always wait 3 years. The owner only waited a year and took the property back. So you didn't even make up your principal. You didn't make up the premium. You ended up losing it. So there are ways you can lose money buying tax certificates if you pay too much of a premium. That's why it's always best to find these hidden gems where you don't have a lot of people competing with you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Dan McKenzie does estate planning, and everyone needs an estate plan. If you're looking for a will, if you need a trust or a combination of the two, you need to talk to Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. He's a great guy. He's doing my estate plan. He can do yours. Here's the number, 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS.
Finding great candidates.
Take it you want to go first on this one?
A needle in a haystack, but not with...
Okie dokie.
Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, the heat's coming, and you need to tend to your air conditioner if you've never done it. In fact, if you've never had it done, or if you're a new customer, fix it 24/7. We'll do a deep clean, an extreme clean, tune and check of your AC. They'll spread it out, take it apart, and clean every nook and cranny. They add life and efficiency to that AC, and they do it better and for less expensive than anyone in the industry. I can tell you that firsthand. FixMyHome.com. Book now or call them direct. Get it before the heat comes. 720-526-3939.
Joe Chiano, I want to talk to you about the movie event coming up. It is on April 30th at the AMC Highlands Ranch 24. Last time we did it, there wasn't standing room left. I'm glad we're doing another event. Tell people about the movie.
Yes, Mark, it's really, the movie's about the retirement dilemma that baby boomers are facing today. Being in the stock market is great for people that are young, but unfortunately, America is getting older. There's about 10,000 baby boomers every single day turning 65 now. Wow. And these are the people that don't need to actually worry about their retirement. And when they see their statements go up and down due to the stock market volatility, they just don't have enough time to recover. So people are feeling a lot of pain, Mark, when they lose money in the stock market and they are ready to retire or they're now in retirement. So this movie specifically is for people that want to stop riding the roller coaster of the stock market and have something safe and secure for the rest of their lives.
I love it. If you think about it, too, a guaranteed income. Imagine not having to worry about everything fluctuating all the time. In fact, this annuity we're talking about, not only you cannot outlive, in other words, you can live to 110 and you're going to have that check in your mailbox every single month till the day you die. But the other part I really love about it, Joe, and a lot of people talk about long-term care. A lot of people can't afford it. They didn't buy a policy when they're younger. And now, as you know, it can be up to $10,000 to $12,000 a month in Colorado for long-term care. And with this annuity, you're going to be covered there. People, you got to go to mymoneymovie.com. Get signed up right now. The popcorn, the drinks, everything's on us. Suzanne and I are going to be out there. It's April 30th. That's coming up real quick. April 30th. Go to mymoneymovie.com. Get signed up right now. We look forward to seeing you. You're going to love this free event. mymoneymovie.com.
Oh, Mark's gone.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Joe. Take care. What is he, Italian?
You know what? You're right. And we want to pay more at Give Me the Bin because good cars are worth more, and so are you.
Spain, yeah. Spain is in Italy. Yeah, so I think he's Italian. Yeah.
Right, yeah, because thick accent.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful, though. Oh, super, super, super nice.
With over 50 lines of windows, beautiful entry doors, and multiple brands of siding, and truly the foundation and heritage every company wants. If you're in the market for windows, doors, or siding, check out Gravenus.com. That's Gravenus.com.
So I'm thinking about getting these. Have you seen them? It's the company who does the baseball cards, but it's
okay.
So I want to get a box. But you can probably guess how much a box is. It's $2.15. It's so I just love SpongeBob. I don't know, Jared.
You're 19 years old. You have a job. You have spendable income. Just go for it. Save for it. Then buy. Don't buy it first and like, oh, I don't know if I can afford it. No. Save, then buy.
It's your last chance to win a stunning Mercedes-Benz
convertible. Is it the box or is it one?
Do you still live at home?
Yes. Oh God, yes.
Because once that changes,
I cannot do this.
You're gonna be poor.
Yeah.
So right now, for the fact that you don't have to be poor, then you might as well have some fun.
Is it
From the true green
from SpongeBob.
Warm and breezy for your Thursday, which is in the high fire danger throughout the front range. We're going to be right on 76 today with gusty winds through the afternoon. I'm Fox 31.
You never know.
Right. Right. So that's why you always have to ask for more pictures. Is there just the one picture of the box?
It's the one, but he has 100% positivity with 31,000 sales.
That does help a little bit. But it is a little deceiving, too, because he...
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We got all kinds of things to talk about here. DenverRegen.com for stem cell therapy. I've had it done. They're great people. DenverRegen.com. I got with me today, I have a guest from Nick Gravina from Gravina's Window Siding and Doors, and we're talking about window siding and doors. And basically, I've heard of people, Nick, getting some of the windows replaced, but not all of them. And I'm just curious. Well, is there a reason other than cost that somebody would do that? Or is it that maybe some windows wear out and others don't? I mean, when people don't do the whole house, what's usually the reason?
I think you kind of nailed it. I think cost is some of it. I mean, south and west ones might take more abuse for longer than, say, a north or east. So maybe you replace those first. But I think that's more of it is probably cost just because of how much everything's gone up in the last couple of years.
Someone wants to know if they have cosmetic damage to their window, due to hailstorms. Have you heard of replacing windows under insurance? Do they do that?
Oh yeah, we've done tons of that.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So they don't require that the window, the IGU, the insulated glass unit, they don't require that fail.
Well, it's hard to prove in hail that it made the glass unit fail. We've seen that come up.
What I'm saying is that can you get it if it's only cosmetic damage? Can you get it replaced under insurance?
I mean, I would think you should be able to. Yeah. I mean,
have you replaced them cosmetically, or usually are they structurally bad themselves?
Well, both. Cosmetics, some of the pieces that come off that could be replaced sometimes aren't made anymore. So therefore you have to get a whole.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it. All right. By the way, this is something that I found shocking. You would think that people discover a weight loss drug and everything would be great. People are losing weight, right? Except what's happening is they've actually tracked studies for people who've gone on GLP-1s. Now, by the way, I'm not speaking against these weight loss shots. I mean, they do a tremendous job for people. And the tirzepatide helps to control A1C, which is blood sugar, and it can have other health benefits. So if you're on a GLP-1, don't listen to me medically. I'm not talking about that. But because people are eating less, restaurants, listen, and food suppliers are saying that they can track the slowdown in sales to the increase in GLP-1s across the country. And in fact, specifically, I mentioned this the other day, high carb foods. Now, weight loss in and of itself would cause that, right? They're also finding that people are opting for surgery, like tucking, because even though you lose a lot of weight, your skin may not catch up. And more clinics are reporting that they're doing skin removal. They have to literally tighten your skin, because if you're fat for a long time, you have more skin and it doesn't always go back to the way it was. And divorce rates. Now, listen, this is where I find it really weird. Divorce boom is following the use of Ozempic and other GLP-1s. They say the exploding popularity of GLP-1s in the areas where they're exploding as far as use, so is the divorce rate. Now, what do you make of that? I'll tell you what I make of that. People are getting better looking and saying, I'm going to dump my spouse, or they're getting more attention that they never had before. But that is what's happening. They're saying the risk of divorce increases with drops in weight. This was done, by the way, by the Fox News Digital. Some experts believe that the same pattern can occur when it comes to other GLP-1s, not just Ozempic. So plastic surgery is up. High carb foods are down. Divorce is up. It's a mixed bag for the economy, and that's what people are finding. So what do you do after? It says here, weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Mounjaro, Wegovy, is that how you pronounce it? They have been contributing to divorces. According to a new research, rapid weight loss, people who've experienced it are twice as likely, not just a little, they're twice as likely to get divorced. The study focused on people who have been on these drugs for an extended period of time. According to the study, if you took 12,500 married people, and they had more than a 14% increase in divorce. Compared to normal, it was a 14% increase. So what they're saying is, if you are going on GLP-1s, you ought to get counseling. That's what they're saying, because you're going to expect more attention and better results after you lose weight. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One here on Windows. Someone wants to know, can you take somewhere that was a fixed light and they want to turn it in to an opening? Can they do that? Can you take a window that didn't have an opening, like what they used to call them picture windows? They call them fixed lights, right?
Sure, either one.
And you can do that.
Yep, we can convert it into an operating window.
And do you do any shades, by the way, power shades?
No, we do not.
Do you have referrals for them?
I do not, actually.
I'm surprised you don't. You do window tinting?
No, because it actually can be counterproductive to the coatings we already put in the glass.
Oh, okay.
They can fight themselves.
So you don't recommend them then for what you sell?
No, not really, because it'll void the warranty as well.
And are you talking about heat mirror and low E and all of that?
Well, so some of the tints will have other UV protection, and it could fight the low E's we already put into the glass themselves, and so you could have heat fractures and all that other kind of stuff.
All right, we got more coming up. 303-713-8255.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Ryan Schuling, mornings at 6. Dan Kaplis, afternoons at 4. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Now, impact traffic.
We're seeing some slowing on northbound I-25 between Santa Fe and Spear, and on southbound I-25 around downtown Denver. There is an accident on westbound Hamden at Happy Canyon Road with stop-and-go traffic from I-25, and a crash on eastbound 40th at Lewiston. That rock scaling operation has just cleared on I-70 between Veterans Memorial Tunnels and Central City Parkway, but slowing remains. I'm Vita Urbonis with traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Hey, I want to tell you about the new changes in solar again. The tax benefits have been shifted. Now, they're still paying plenty of tax benefits they're paying for commercial projects. But Alliance Roof and Solar wants you to know that you got to get projects done by the end of 2027. So if you sign a contract after July 7th, it must be done by the end of 2027. And Red Rocks rs.com, that's the website, or Alliance Roof and Solar, they're set up to get them done. So if you're a landlord especially, you can get great benefits, get these paid for by tax incentives, and then you can actually sell power back to rentals and save them money while you make more money than just rent. 303-704-2449. Time is of the essence. Give them a call. 303-704-2449.
You've climbed the career ladder. The more
built around you and your goals, not theirs. Their unique summer retirement guide takes you from where you are today to the retirement you actually want, not just the one you can afford. Call the Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies today. Tell them Michael Brown sent you. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211 or online at rpcenter.com. You earned the view. Don't retire without a
Heard
job.
about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation? Your neighbor Chip did.
I'm a real car guy, and I have a garage that I got tired of fighting the epoxy fight. Finally, I saw something on Facebook, and I got interested in Galaxy. Looked like a real good solution to me.
Homer
business, Galaxy's got you covered.
My house is on a post-tension slab. It can get cracked, but what these guys did was they came in and they grooved out all those little cracks, and now it's one complete lovely surface, very pleasant on the eye.
Transforms pools, patios, garage floors, driveways, and more. And Galaxy Concrete Coatings comes with a lifetime warranty.
You can just tell by looking at it, it's going to be impervious to anything I can throw at it for as long as I can imagine. I haven't looked back since. I love it.
Click on Galaxy Concrete Coatings today. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings, we are out of this world.
Running a business is hard enough. Don't make it harder with dozens of apps that don't talk to each other. One for sales, another for inventory, a separate one for accounting. That's software overload. Odoo is the all-in-one platform that replaces them all. CRM, accounting, inventory, e-commerce, HR, fully integrated and easy to use, and built to grow with your business. Thousands have already made the switch. Why not you? Try Odoo for free at odoo.com. That's odoo.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com.
Thank you for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Can I get a first name?
ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And
So,
because
what
these
can we help you
people
out
are
with?
actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at texting terms.
Um,
Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing schemes. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop, opt out.
we have. I can check for you real quick.
Coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn competitive pay for the
Give
ride.
me
you
1
take,
second,
all
Tony.
while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 15 years old, a clean driving record,
This
and
guy
caregiving
is
experience with
calling
children,
to say.
you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver.
Cool. Thank you.
Retirement money safe at mymoneymyway.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Let's talk. We have Tony. Not sure. Tony, what's going on with you? What's happening?
Hey, Tom. I called yesterday about remember the asbestos?
Yeah.
My hose bid. And I called the Euro Plumbing like you suggested, but they basically told me the same thing.
What did they tell you?
He told me he has to go through the inside, and because it's possible asbestos.
No, I get it. But did he say though that he could handle it if it was asbestos or not?
No, he told me he couldn't do it.
Okay. You know, that's really odd because he does repiping. And I would think that doing repiping, he would have come across older homes that had asbestos in them. But he said he can't.
I don't know if I talked to him personally, but he's a nice guy. He seemed pretty. He told me sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I understand. You know, it could be that he just doesn't do it. I mean, as far as asbestos, I'm trying to think. I would think any of the big players. Did you call Plumline? Did you call Fix It by any chance?
I didn't call Plumline.
Did you call Fix It?
I called. I didn't call Fix It, but I called the what is it? The pink truck.
Yeah, Smith Pink
and
Trucks.
The
the reception, the person I talked to told me as soon as I mentioned it that they said, we can't do that. So,
golly. So you're looking for a plumber.
It's a unique.
You're looking for a plumber that's not going to be afraid of the asbestos surrounding it.
It's a unique problem. Yeah, it's just weird. It's a unique problem. I've never thought about it before. I mean,
no, you're right.
I mean, I don't want to get my whole house, removed. That's gonna, that's costly.
No. You are if asbestos, by the way, is in your house and it's undisturbed, there's no reason to go looking for trouble, but you will have to go back as far as it is disturbed and have it covered, tented, or whatever they do, and then removed. You're going to have it done. And I'm almost positive that Fix-It 24/7 or Plumbline are big enough to where they would do it. I really thought that Demitar over at Euro Plumbing would have done it. Hey, do you have Axe? I know we only have a few minutes left, but listen, we have plenty of time to ask Euro Plumbing if you can call him and just ask if they know anybody or what he does with repiping when they come across asbestos. They must have somebody. And we were going to talk to Genesis. I wonder if he has someone he uses. Why don't we talk to him again? We had Genesis on, but you weren't on the line, I don't think, when we talked to him. Let's see if we can get Genesis on the line and Mark Szymanski and figure out what he says, or who he uses when it comes to this. Again, we're looking for a plumber who's not afraid to repair a pipe that might be surrounded by asbestos, so they're going to have to cut it back a bit and and finish and refinish it. And it has asbestos in the drywall. Again, Tony, be really careful because I don't want you to get ripped off. And like you said, you don't want to have to end up replacing the whole damn wall or the basement over something like this. Axe, call Demitar real quick over at Euro Plumbing just to see what he says, and we'll figure it out. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If anyone knows, please give us a call. Okay. By the way,
if that helps.
What's that?
You got Szymanski.
Oh, we do. Good. Let me go to him. Hey, Mark. Is he there right now?
Yes.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mark, hey, man. So listen, as far as plumbers you work with, or maybe you guys, do you know anyone who can handle this outside spigot that comes to the inside? He said he couldn't get anybody over there. Do you know any plumbers that deal with that won't be afraid of the asbestos?
Yeah, I do. So
okay.
You just need to call the office.
Okay. Tony, this is good news because, Mark does a lot of contracting and he will have people he knows that can help you. So thank you very much, Mark. Mark Szymanski, Genesis TotalExteriors.com. The people you want on your side, I'm telling you, man, they do everything. They also do mold remediation and detection. So good. Thank you very much. We'll send you over to Genesis. He has a referral that can help you. Okay, we do have a question as far as siding goes for Gravinas. As far as siding, what sidings do you recommend if you were going to do it on your house? Somebody wants to know they're having siding done. What would you have done?
So I put LP engineered wood on my house.
That's exactly what Mark Szymanski said over at Genesis. Smart Side, right? Is that what?
Mm-hmm.
And it has a diamond coat finish.
Yeah, I did diamond coat. It's amazing.
It is.
Yep. The pigments are made up from rocks that they grind up so it doesn't fade.
So it's LP Smart Side.
Correct.
With diamond coat. And isn't that diamond coat good for how many years?
30 years.
Holy. Now, does that take special installation so you don't break or crack the seal?
No.
No?
No, not at all.
What kind of, what is it made of? Is it composite?
The paint itself or the
No,
wood?
no, the actual siding.
You know, it looks like OSB, if you know what OSB looks like. So they've taken aspen trees that are from like Midwest and...
But it's really weatherproof.
So before they press the panel, they actually treat all the little chips of wood and then they press the panel versus pressing the panel and then treating just the outer layer.
Oh.
Fully on.
So it's treated through and through.
Right. It's like 98%.
And what does LP Smart Side look like? Does it look like wood? Can you get wood grain? What does it look like?
Yeah, it's got a grain. They have a smooth one too, but you know, it looks like a traditional kind of like wood pressed siding. It looks like old masonite siding.
Okay.
But
And does that come in like 8-foot length, 16 or what?
They're 16, so you get less seams.
Okay, so you can get it as long as 16.
Yep.
All right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we have a lot more to talk about. I want to tell you about Renew Home Innovations. Now, what they're going to do is a walk-in shower with Italian marble. They can do it in 2 or 3 days. Now, you got to wait for the marble to come in, but they can do the shower in 2 or 3 days. Beautiful. Not marble. What am I talking about? Porcelain. And it's wonderful. And they can do any part of that bathroom, including, of course, that walk-in shower. And you have 1 year to pay with no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com.
Now, impact traffic.
Here's a look at the roads across the metro area. We're seeing volume in the usual places for your afternoon commute. That accident on eastbound I-70 at Peoria has cleared, but slowing remains. There is an accident at Garrison and 10th in Lakewood. We're seeing some slowing on northbound I-25 between Santa Fe and Spear, as well as on southbound I-25 around downtown Denver. I'm Vanna Urbonis with traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle from Blindster.com. If you price custom blinds at a retail store, you know how expensive they can be. At Blindster, we do things differently. You measure at home, install yourself, and save big on custom blinds. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Hey, I'm going to be at a seminar, and I want you to be there on the 2nd of March. That's a Saturday morning from 10 o'clock, okay? I'll give you the website to sign up. What you're going to find out is all of the secrets of Vestera Turnkey, how they do their research, what markets they're recommending you buy. Of course, they help you buy, and strong rents that they're getting and the profits that their members are making. So if you want to be part of Vestera Turnkey, start out on the 2nd of May. Come and attend. It's only 45 minutes, and we'll talk about every aspect of VesteraTurnkey.com. Here's where you sign up. MyBiggestReturn.com. That's MyBiggestReturn.com.
I don't know how much time they're going to have.
I'll have some.
We'll have a decent amount of time.
Yeah, some. Okay.
Yeah, don't try to calculate. I'll do it.
You'll use the radio in your car more than anything else. When buying a new car, make sure the AM/FM is simple, clear, and convenient. If you've ever lost weight and then gained it right back, well, hey, welcome to the club.
I was listening the other day. Blah, blah, blah. Similar thing happened.
A recent study found that people who stop GLP-1 weight loss injections regain weight almost 4 times faster than people who lose weight through diet and behavioral programs. Why? Because those meds only work while you're taking them. The second you stop, boom, old habits come back, and so does the weight. Look, losing weight is the easy part. Keeping it off while still enjoying your life, that's the magic trick. And that's exactly what ColoradoFatLoss.com focuses on. Their doctor-developed program helps clients drop 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days using real food you buy at the grocery store. No shots, no crazy meal kits, no drugs. And they teach you how to maintain your results without giving up the foods you love. See if you're a candidate. Book your free consultation at ColoradoFatLoss.com today. That's ColoradoFatLoss, all one word.com. Results may vary.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you need home repairs, don't let it ruin your day. There's no need to worry, Comfort's on the way. From heating and cooling to plumbing to electrical problems, we'll fix it for you. Plumbline, the name you can trust. Plumbline, you can count on us. Service at home, service at heart.
Is it supposed to be cold overnight?
I don't think
Yes.
it's crazy cold.
Yeah.
It'll freeze.
Oh, is it going to freeze?
Uh-oh. I got to figure that one out.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago. They're very quality.
Possibly even a sprinkle of snow here in the metro.
Once it was finished, looked great. We were very happy with it.
The main reason Rick called Rhino Shield is because Rhino Shield is backed by a 25-year warranty.
We've watched a lot of people get their house painted 3 or 4 times. We haven't had to do any of it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to have to paint it every 5-7 years.
Take it from Rick. Put down that paintbrush and pick up your phone. Call Rhino Shield at 844-31-RHINO. Call now and receive 15% off the regular price. Or go to rhinoshieldco.com.
We got Rhino Shield 18 years ago. Financially makes sense, especially if it's going to last like this did. Still looks great.
For your 15% off, call now. 844-31-RHINO. Or go to rhinoshieldco.com.
2%. That's the number of people who take the stairs over an escalator. I'm Michael Easter. Twice a week on my podcast, 2%, I give you practical advice to live a more meaningful life.
Don't ask for easy. Don't demand easy. Put yourself through some hardships, and you will come out on the other side a happier, more fulfilled, healthier person.
Listen to 2% on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 2%. That's TWO% to start listening.
Denver's talk station has Colorado's best news talk host, Ryan Schuling, awarded best news talk host by the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Show that we listen to
Mornings 6 to 10 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Let's go to the phones. And Cody, welcome. What's going on, Cody?
Yeah, hey, Tom.
Hey.
I am purchasing a house up in Wyoming, and I wanted to confirm that my understanding is correct when it comes to tax implications. Now, I understand it that as long as there's less than a $500,000 profit between a husband and wife on the sale of real estate, you don't need to worry about any kind of taxes. Is that correct?
Cody, it has to be your primary residence, and that's defined.
It is.
Okay. And by the way, for those listening, primary residence means that you have to have lived there 2 of the previous 5 years. So any 2 years in the previous 5 years would qualify it as your primary residence. And so therefore, you can sell it, and there's a combined exclusion. It's $250,000 per taxpayer. And both of you, if you do not have separate primary residences, you can declare that your joint primary residence, and you enjoy a $500,000 exclusion. But there is one caveat. That is that you and your wife, you can't just get together and decide a property at the last minute. It has to be that you and your wife have filed jointly in the previous years. Have you?
Yes, sir.
Good. If you have filed jointly and had that as your primary residence, then you both can combine your tax exemption for the first $500,000. And usually, Cody, usually they don't check at all. They really leave it to you to self-report what you bought the house for, what you invested in the house, and what you sold it for. And a lot of people forget what they invested in a house. Now, you can't, for example, write off, let's say, landscaping. But if you had sod put in, you can. You can't do the lawn mowing and add all that up. But if you had sod put in, that would be toward your basis. Or if you put in a rock bed and bushes and a tree or two, that would be your basis. A refrigerator that stays at the house would be part of your basis. Anything, any kind of permanent fixture would be counted as your basis. So do you think after adding all that up, are you going to have $500,000 in gain?
I mean, even just off of the price alone, we're only going to profit maybe $50,000, but I've also remodeled 2 bathrooms. So no, there's not going to be close to that.
Okay, well, that's good, because any remodeling you do at all will be considered part of your basis. And then the nice part about it is, until it's screwed up, you can do it again, and you can do it again. In fact, there are people who systematically have lived in homes for 2 years, then they have moved on to another home on purpose, and they're basically making tax-free income. Think about that. They're doing fix and flips, and they're not paying tax on their profits. That is incredible planning if anyone wants to do that. And it's all legal under the law. So thank you for calling. Appreciate it, Cody. All right, people, you can call and be part of the show by simply calling 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Then you leave a message, we'll call you back. So pass that number around, people can get help. And don't forget 303-GRAVINA for windows, siding, doors, beautiful exterior products for your home, or gravinas.com. That's gravinas.com. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget, save all your problems for me.
All right, you're clear.
Brother, thank you. See ya.
See ya. Enjoy your trumpet.